No, never give up, never surrender.
We're exporting a whole lot of really bad and dangerous rhetoric, bad research, and unfortunately it's being picked up and amplified in other countries.
Never forget the elephant in the room. It's actually such a big elephant that I don't think people can even breathe in that room because it's such a huge elephant. It's the number one preventable cause of death in Australia. So when you are taking a precautionary approach, when you're like, no, we just don't know enough, I just tell them, shut up, because that just, I don't know, is killing people right now.
We're worried that, in fact, a lot of members of the public still think that using an e-cigarette is as harmful as smoking a cigarette. I mean, I have said that it would be tragic if smokers didn't quit and carried on smoking because they hadn't tried an e-cigarette, because they were worried about the safety of an e-cigarette.
It's not about really quitting smoking. Their ideological viewpoint against vaping is so strong and so weird. Like, honestly, it's just weird. I don't know why it invokes this incredible sort of anger from these people. I mean, this colleague of mine said to me when I first moved to get the inquiry up, her comment to me was, why don't they just use a patch? And I said to her, do you smoke? And she's like, no. I said, have you ever smoked? And she said, no. And I said, well, shut up then. You don't know how hard it is to quit smoking.
Engorged penis.
Well, hola, ¿cómo está? I can't even do como está right. I stuttered. So, hey, what is going on, everyone? It is Friday, and, some people are, they got date night and stuff, and here we are, the sad old goobers, and we don't have anything to do but talk to you guys about stuff. So for y'all that are here and y'all that are listening later, hi. I see Tom Morowitz is in the room and Homicidal Maniac and other people are ghosting and hiding and stuff. But we're still going to do what we do because whether or not you guys enjoy the show, which we hope you do, but Kevin and I don't have anything else to do. So we normally just want to hang out and shoot the breeze and pretend like there's people listening to us. It is the first weekend of hurricane season where I'm at, and we've had some unsettled weather the last couple days. Unsettled. Horrible thunderstorms. And then the sun comes out and everything evaporates and turns into humidity. But that's South Texas. So I see that our friend David Gerlitz is in the room. Hello, David Gerlitz. And Kevin is over here chomping at the bit to come in and say hello. So let's say hello to Kevin. Hello, Kevin.
Well, hello, Kevin. That's all I have to say.
So I do have a bone to pick with you, Kevin.
All right, fine.
So, oftentimes throughout the week, you send me links and stuff to look at on instant messenger, things that I should pay attention to or that you might want to talk about. Hey, Matt Wardell Kern and Leanna, howdy. So you sent a picture you sent a screen cap of a tweet and you said, I ain't sending you the link.
Correct.
Which would have made a humorous aside during the show, but since you wouldn't you wouldn't be fun, I am gonna share screen it because I do think this cute little dachshund,
the stoner dog, is what I'm gonna call him.
I don't know. I mean, his eyes are kind of like narrowed
he's smoking a joint.
That doesn't look like an average cigarette to me.
It's not. Either way, it's a screenshot on my tweet. I'm not giving them the attention they think they want.
If you have a doggy, please do not let him use your vape device.
Please.
Please do not.
Please do not.
But if your dog does smoke, we would suggest trying to get him to convert to vaping, to switch to vaping. But only if your dog has an can fire the device. You might have to get an auto draw device for him. And there is the star of the show.
He's eating a cookie.
There is the star of the show, Logan.
Say hi, guys.
This is the only cool Logan we know.
He's a sweetie pie. So yeah, I don't want to give you the link.
Yours?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It could be like a carbon copy. Did you ever have hair that long though?
Oh yeah.
Were you one of them there hippies?
Yeah. If you look through some of my comparison photos at that age, yeah, it went from me straight to him. So yeah. So no, I'm not gonna. I could give you the link, but I don't want them to have any attention. Fuck them. That's how I feel about it. So I just put that on there and went on with my day.
But you made such a point to send it to me and say, I'm not sending you the link.
Well, yeah. I sent you a few things this week. It wasn't a lot, but
I know, but that one was humorous, and
that was good.
That one was humorous. But we are in the aftermath. We are 5 days removed from World Vape Day, and 4 days removed from World No Tobacco Day, which on Sunday we were supercharged. Like we were tweeting all over the place. We owned those hashtags, and I'm almost like Monday. I didn't see. Hey, there's Fig. I didn't see as much action on Monday, which was the actual official World No Tobacco Day,
right?
Which was sort of disconcerting. I mean, I think we just ran out of gas.
I was pretty proud of it. I know it was the same subjects as normal, but there was a lot of good and well worded tweets besides yours.
Oh, I mean, on Sunday on World Vape Day, we kicked ass. There's no question that we kicked ass. Yeah. But on the actual World No Tobacco Day, it was less energetic. I think everybody was doing barbecuing on Memorial Day.
Yep.
And didn't tweet as much, which is to be expected because it is a holiday.
Ours, yeah.
But we had, I mean, on World Vape Day, we were kicking ass. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Hello, King. I can't say that word.
Mm-hmm.
So King says that the Dutch are going to ban flavored e-cigarette sales next year. Those Dutch, those Netherlanders, or is that right? No, that's Holland. I'm confused. The Dutch. Bye, Logan. The Dutch. That's Holland, right? That's Holland, and Holland is the Netherlands. It's confusing for me. Okay, so King has responded. Yes, that is correct. It seems that country should have one name.
Well, yeah, but.
So let's look at this. Let's see if we can find this because
I didn't see it either.
I want to address King's comments, which is important because we want our viewers to see how responsive we are.
That's right.
So it looks like there is two pieces that I can find. So the world, and this is from 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, the Netherlands, the Netherlands light show in protest a proposed flavor ban. This was reported in Vaping Post. And I know that there had been a couple of these events over a while where they had done light shows and things like that. So it says here, the World Vapers Alliance organized the event to give a voice to vapers in the Dutch political capital of The Hague, which I've been there, against state security blockhouse draft law to ban flavored vapes. And this was 2 weeks ago is when this was published. So everybody should go look at that. I'm looking to see if there's any piece more recent to this. Let's try Netherlands. Let's see if it shows up under Netherlands.
It's weird. I'm not finding it where I look either. Dutch vapers can still prevent flavor prohibition. That's the only one I see.
Sorted by date.
That was the 28th.
Yeah, there's nothing. So nothing newer than 2 weeks ago. So we need to find. I need to find something newsy that I can actually I can talk about. So if that's true, if it has passed, then it's time to fly the pirate flag, my friend. Because I know that the Netherlands is really close to other countries, and it's very small. And like people here in the States that live in states that have flavor bans sometimes travel to adjacent states to get their flavored vapes.
According to Vaping 360, the 27th of May is when it was out. The 21st, outgoing Dutch cabinet approved threatened flavor ban, despite massive consumer opposition. Advocates say the law set to take effect July 1, 2022 can still be stopped. So we can have
so it doesn't start until not this coming July, but next July. So you have over a year to get them to repeal this ridiculous legislation.
Right. This is bad. I didn't see this one. This is bad news.
Yeah, and I mean it's dominoes, my friends. Dominoes. If one country does it, other countries want to do it too. And it's
screaming again.
Hey, would you quit hurting that poor child?
Homicidal maniac said that news was what made Logan scream. Just not funny,
It just goes to show, and I put in the show notes for this episode that are you tired of a billionaire being able to basically buy off your politicians to get his way? And he doesn't. Bloomberg doesn't just do that here.
No.
He does that all over the world. We focus a lot on his effect on developing in third world countries, but his footprint is all over the world, and his checkbook is big. So I mean, he goes around and he'll buy off politicians. He will, give money to the FDA of like he did in the Philippines. His group bought off the politicians in the Philippines, or not politicians, the policymakers, the FDA people. So it is sad. It is sad. But he also uses his money in the media to sway public opinion, to change people's perception People that don't vape and don't smoke aren't really going to do a lot of work when it comes to researching something that doesn't really have any effect on them. So it is really sad. It is sad. Here this is a piece that I found when I was trying to find a link to that doggy article that you sent me the screen cap for.
Yeah.
I was going to find it, but I didn't find it. But I found this.
Yeah.
This is from a couple weeks ago. This is from a while ago, actually. But this is how bad people are. This is how stupid people are. So this is from health.com. Health.com. I'm going to rub this and make it bigger for you.
Oh.
So let's see. It says, this woman's doctor said that vaping may have caused her low back pain.
That's what happens.
So how deep was she breathing? I mean, how big of a lungful was she catching that her lungs would expand to the point where they compress her spine?
I kind of like my tail, but I shave my horns. So, things can happen.
So let's look at this. It says, if you vape,
oh my God,
it's not too late to quit and save your back.
Well,
when 23-year-old Megan McTeague went to her doctor with bad low back pain, she wasn't expecting him to ask if she vaped.
I'm sorry, I'm reading ahead.
When she told him she was on and off vapor throughout her college years, he said that might be the reason for her current health issue. Sharing her story on TikTok, McTeague put it bluntly, I have the back of a 50-year-old now thanks to nicotine.
I won't ask her what her extracurricular activities have been through this trauma.
In an interview with BuzzFeed, she revealed that she had tried several times to quit vaping. I've tried nicotine pouches to wean off the inhalation aspect, lollipops to help with the oral fixation.
Well, there's my answer.
Signed up for one of those text services, which we'll talk about later, that sends you frequent reminders and tips on how to quit, she said. I had thrown out my own device probably 2 or 3 times, but ended up buying another weeks or months afterwards. It took her recent health scare to make her get rid of her Juul, a brand name e-cigarette, in December. I had been having general lower back soreness probably since late high school, but in the past 2 to 3 months, I had fully thrown out my back to the point where it was really painful to stand, walk, or bend over. McTeague told BuzzFeed, I knew that shouldn't really be happening for someone my age who is relatively good physical health. Who's in relatively good physical health. When she went to an orthopedic doctor who specialized in spine issues, she got both MRI and X-ray. Looking at the MRI, the doctor noted that her 3 lower discs were slightly degenerated, while my upper disc appeared white and thicker in the MRI. My lower ones were almost black and significantly thinner. It was then that the doctor delivered the shocking news. This type of disc degeneration is usually seen in people over the age of 50. He then asked McTeague if she vaped. I told him, so she's, this is poor journalism because they're repeating the same stuff. I told him I had for a couple years, and he told me studies have shown that nicotine changed the chemical makeup of your spinal discs cells so that they absorb less water and degenerate.
I think
I'm serious. So this is my world, Kevin.
But listen,
this is my world. This is what I do for a living.
So there's a kid in Canada. He falls in the bathroom. They take him to the ER. They said, oh, he's got a vape. And they send his ass home, right? Now, it's all fine and dandy. And then they bring him back and he dies. Because he was, I think it was 15, 16-year-old kid, and he had a stroke. Now, you're in the medical profession. How fast can you do a nicotine test on a patient? if they have to piss. 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's an instantaneous result. It's a strip.
So the preconceived notion of, oh my God, he's vaping, it must be the vaping that's making him, unconscious, killed him twice. They went twice and he died.
Yes,
they didn't tell you that. So this one says, I do vape. Well, it's got to be your back problem. So if nicotine causes back problems, there are 100 million people that have now died who all must have had. Do you have back problems from nicotine, Patrick?
No.
Such bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. That's a bullshit story.
And I've been a nicotine user for a long time.
Since you were 9. So
no.
Bullshit.
No,
Bullshit.
that's you.
Bullshit.
I was a late bloomer and started when I was like 14.
So when you eat tomatoes, you're going to have a hurt back. Don't let me find that on the internet.
This is the baffling bit to me. There is no science that I am aware of. I won't categorically deny this, but I have over 300,000 pages of science on my computer.
I've never
seen a single study that I've seen leads to a nicotine causing degeneration of your spinal discs. And this is coming from somebody who is a physical therapist. That's me. I've been doing.
2004.
I have a master's degree in forensic anthropology. I have literally recovered over 3,000 or 4,000 bodies all across the world and put them back together. I've studied the human form in almost every way you could study it. And to see something like this, this is the asinine nature of public health and essentially health science in the United States. Doctors believe that nicotine causes cancer. Now doctors believe that nicotine causes disc degeneration. That nicotine causes some sort of developmental diseases in adolescent brains.
It's all bullshit. Almost all bullshit. So there could be exceptions, which I shared. Now, did she smoke? We didn't go that far, but that's the example that I just Googled. I Googled nicotine DEG and it came right up.
Yeah.
So overall effect, nicotine and tobacco smoke, and then smoking and degenerative disc. So anything can be attributed to, because it's smoking automatically, you're going to die. Nicotine detrimental effect. I'm not going to click on these because it doesn't matter, but
no. Well, here's the thing. Most up until the last 4 or 5 years, 10 years, less than 10 years, every scientific study that had anything to do with nicotine, with the exception of a few things that Dr. Paul Newhouse were doing,
right?
All of the nicotine studies had to do with nicotine and smoking.
Correct.
So
it's automatic.
Yeah, very, very little to no nicotine science that was performed in the before the last 6-8 years,
and
had anything to do with nicotine by itself. It was always nicotine and smoking.
Point to ponder: had the children, been vaping, the 8 gazillion of them had been vaping, surely by now tobacco-free kids would have said, "Oh my God, it causes back problems."
Do you remember the study that we covered at the about a year ago? Well, it's less than that, maybe 6-8 months ago, that said that X number of children were initiating vaping daily. I think it was like 1,000 or 1,300 or something like that. Kids were picking up vaping every day, and then we did the math, and it was over 1 million kids were initiating nicotine use through vaping during the beginning part of the pandemic when everything was shut down.
Right, and we ran out of kids at some point.
Yeah,
there weren't enough kids to cover their math.
Yeah, I mean They will type anything they want in their little tweets or in their online news articles Some of these news articles I was going to show tonight, I actually had a few other things that I was going to show tonight, but none of them were attributed. They didn't have an author's name.
And have you noticed over the past few years, when I first started, you could make a comment at the bottom. Very few.
Oh, yeah,
we'll check those.
No,
we'll see if there's
no,
comments.
they're turning that
They're
off.
gone. They're gone. Completely gone.
They're turning that off. They turned off commenting. It's the spiritual successor to people on Twitter turning off comments on their tweets,
Right?
So that people can't express a different opinion than theirs.
Right.
So, nicotine is a vasodilator. It is a stimulant.
Correct.
It opens up pathways.
But Patrick,
for
they
blood
say it's a
flow.
vasoconstrictor.
No, it's a vasodilator.
Well, I know that, and the only reason I'm that smart is because I've read things. 4 people in 2019, in the history of the time that they've tracked it, 4 people have attributed nicotine to vasoconstriction. But they like that word. They like it because it's scary.
Well, constriction is a scary word, Kevin.
Exactly. Just like nicotine, it's harsh. It sounds rough. It sounds mean. Nicotine.
It's like a boa constrictor.
Wait.
A boa.
Boa constrictor.
It's a boa constrictor.
Can I just take a moment to say undo Bloomberg brainwashing with the hashtag in front of it? Just because Liana and I are the only 2 so far on Twitter using it, and I attribute it completely to her. It's all hers. But I thought, you know what? I like that.
Yeah. She's very what's the word? Depreciating of herself. She's self-depreciating.
But she's very astute.
She came on the show last Sunday. We did the World Vape Days show.
She did.
And then I said, I'm going to clip that and share it. And she said, no, don't do that. I don't want people to watch that. I'll send you a different video that's better. And there was nothing wrong with the video that she did. She was so she thinks that she embarrasses herself or something. I think, no, it was fine. It's pretty good.
Look at this chucklehead, and then don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, look at us.
It'll be okay.
You could literally come on screen with your curls in your hair, no makeup on, and you would still be an improvement over Kevin and I.
That's right. You've always had better looking guests than us.
So, Kevin,
What?
you sent a link for some sort of U.S. nicotine product smoke simulation model. What is this about?
Well, first of all, it's simulation. So, where I don't know where to start with. Oh, is this the one I don't know where to start with?
I don't know. You sent it to me. I'm just putting them in the order that you sent them to me.
Let me. Is this the
chronological
texting?
Order?
I don't think I sent you. Oh yeah, I did. It's above. So, my comment to you actually was, you're telling me kids making bad choices are making bad choices. It's correlation virus, I call that. So
no, this is not the same one.
Yeah, it is. Isn't it?
No.
Are you sure?
This is the one about sim smoke. The other one is, I think, is also funny. So this one, let's see what this is. We first validated the model over the blah blah blah. So it's a control policy simulation model which controls for effect of cigarette-oriented policies independent of NVP use. We then compare these non-NVP projections to actual smoking rates derived from national surveys to estimate the net impact of NVPs on smoking prevalence and stuff. Okay. So nicotine vaping products is NVPs.
It is the same. I'm looking at the second part of that.
I'm really annoyed about all these people coming up with new names for this.
Right.
So first we were e-cigarettes, and which we kind of still are. Then the act was then they call electronic nicotine ends products, and I'm sure there was a couple other variations in, and now we're EVPs or NVPs.
This is the same as the second part of that. The MDPI link is one of those links, and the NCBI is the same study. It's just worded differently. That's
this is basically using a computer model
that implies
to see how nicotine vaping products affect the vaping and tobacco control policies, and on smoking prevalence and smoking attributable deaths. Mm-hmm. So they're basically saying, hey, we've got a computer program that we made up, and it's basically going to measure what we think is going to happen with vaping products on the market to smoking related diseases and deaths. Does that seem right?
Right.
And it's essentially a population level simulation to see.
Right.
I didn't bother reading it, Kevin, to tell you the truth, so you can go from here.
Okay. So I just put the comment at the very bottom in the comments. I put what they had. Our model results imply historical and ongoing tobacco control policies in the U.S., looking at you, Dave, cannot fully explain the accelerated reduction in smoking prevalence in the time period when e-cigarettes use became more prevalent. So they can't figure out why smoking has gone down. They can't figure that out. They don't have anything to link one to the other. Like maybe parents started parenting or children stayed home more. Nope. They're unsure.
So they're basically saying, though,
they're saying they can't do their friggin' jobs. That's what they're saying. But go ahead.
That vaping is indeed part of one of the reasons why there was an acceleration in smoking reduction in the United States.
But they can't explain it.
Well, they can't explain it because they don't wanna. They don't wanna.
So let's see. These kids started vaping and they stopped smoking, but we can't figure out why. I can't figure out why they quit.
So the next one, the next thing you sent, does fully explain your criminality to me now.
Oh yeah.
Because it says higher levels of nicotine dependence in adolescence are associated with younger onset of violent criminality. And this is a follow-up study of former adolescent psychiatric inpatients.
The punchline will come, folks.
So Kevin sent this to me, and due to the fact that I have some well-documented problems, I felt like I really needed to read this. Mm-hmm. So we're gonna start off right here. It says here the baseline data set is composed of 508 former adolescent inpatients admitted to a psychiatric hospital between the ages of 13 and 17.
Using the modified Fagerstrom test. So Fagerstrom famously has a nicotine test, nicotine dependence test.
Yes. So this is the adolescent nicotine dependence is assessed using modified Fagerstrom tolerance questionnaire. Follow-up data on crimes up to young adulthood was acquired from the local or legal register center of Finland. So this study was done in Finland, and they got 508 kids or young adults that were previously in psychiatric care.
And according to them, also brain damage
smoke?
now.
So, hey, do you smoke?
Mm-hmm.
And the study analyzes the participants with violent offenses and those with any criminal history. So there were 508 people. 78 of them had committed violent crimes. violent crimes, and 368 of them had some sort of criminal history. So the results were over 80% of the violent offenders had nicotine dependence already in adolescence. 1/3, 32.2% of those with high nicotine dependence had committed their first crime before 18 years of age. So let's go back up here. Let's go back up here. Where's it at? Right here.
Yep.
So they were hospitalized somewhere between 13 and 17.
Right.
So they had been diagnosed with some sort of illness that required them to be hospitalized in a psychiatric hospital as an adolescent between the ages of 13 and 17. So we go back down here where it says 80% of the violent offenders had nicotine dependence already in adolescence. 1/3 of those had high nicotine dependence had committed their first crimes before 18. So they were in psychiatric care before they committed their violent crimes. So instead of focusing on the fact that these kids, these young people, because they weren't kids anymore if they were 18, had committed violent crimes after they were released from the psychiatric hospital, why would they be out?
And silly question, did they give those same children patches, gums, lozenges, sprays?
Did they let them vape while they were in the psychiatric hospital to get away from their nicotine dependence?
Right.
So, I mean, I saw this and I was like, look, as somebody that, has issues, I don't know that I have any violent offenses on my record, but if you have people that are so bad that they have to be committed to 24-hour psychiatric care,
right?
That means that, and we've discussed nicotine and psychiatric problems already. People that have mental issues, that have schizophrenia, that have paranoia, that have we don't call it this anymore, but bipolar disorder. People that have problems,
right,
sort of gravitate towards substance abuse already. So I think really this study, they could substitute nicotine dependence with just generalized psychiatric. I mean, if they took a group of kids, the same group of kids, and they had psychiatric issues, I would sure the percentages would be about the same. It's sad that not just in the States, but in a lot of other countries, psychiatric care is really secondary to other issues, and it causes so much trouble. So psychiatric problems lead to drug use. They lead to drug overdoses. They lead to violent criminality. They lead to all sorts of things that if we had good mental health care, it wouldn't be what's the word? It wouldn't be as prevalent.
Right, prevalent. So what concerns me, aside from what Skip is linking, hi, you cranky old broad, we already know the Truth Initiative says what they say. I've shown it, you've shown it, we've shown it. It's good for memory, it's good for cognitive skills, it's good for depression. So that said, Patrick, why is a psychiatric hospital wondering what nicotine does to make them criminals? What are they doing? Why are they not helping these people with the problems that they have? Well, it must be the nicotine.
David Forsyth, I see you. David Forsyth has commented on our live stream on Twitter. Most smokers are not crazy, but most crazy people smoke. I see you there.
Hiya, David. Do you follow David?
It is kind of, but yes, Charles Gardner the wonderful Dr. Charles Gardner, has put a Twitter poll up.
Yes.
Discussing this exact sort of
Yes. The subject.
issue. I'm scrolling to find it. So I'll share this on screen, and my response is already recorded. But if you go and find this tweet, you can actually record your own answer. So it says, anonymous human rights survey with love for anyone living with neurodiversity, for safer nicotine advocates only. Do you self-identify as an adult living only, or as an adult living any of the following: PTSD, anxiety, depression, ADHD, autism, bipolar, Tourette's, or schizophrenia? And there's quite a few other diagnoses that you could include on that. I think everybody should be answering this as well as sharing this, because we need to bring more attention to the fact that a lot of people who smoke because of one of these things. They smoke because of stress. They smoke because of anxiety. They smoke because they're depressed. So it is great that we talked about why smoking is higher percentage wise in poor communities, and that's because of stresses from socioeconomic things, racial disparities, all sorts of other issues, mental health problems, lower education levels, all of these things. Just being afraid of how you're gonna put food in your mouth tomorrow. Those things, and we've talked about it. I was so in love with my smoking, because when I smoked, it made me feel better, that I would, have $6 in my pocket and I could either buy food or I could buy a pack of cigarettes. And I bought a pack of cigarettes. It happens, and, having somebody putting together and asking these questions it's great for us.
Yes. And it's idiotic for researchers to be walking into a mental hospital to figure out what nicotine does when they haven't researched nicotine at all.
Well, not only that, but they really should be caring about the patients and finding out why those patients are there.
What I want to know is why those people are in there asking these stupid fucking questions, because those people need care.
Yeah. And then obviously, no, Kevin, you mistook the order of this. You mistook the order. These people were in a psychiatric hospital.
Oh, yeah.
Between the ages of 13 and 17.
Yes.
And then they were released and allowed to go on their merry way. And after that, that's when they committed their crimes.
But
so, was it the nicotine that caused them to commit those crimes, or was it the fact that they had untreated, mishandled or uncontrolled psychiatric problems?
And homicidal maniac said, don't forget they had bad backs as well, So they're under a lot of pressure.
Right.
It's all this such bullshit stuff.
But instead of wasting money asking them about whether or not they're using nicotine, they should be saying, "Are you taking your meds? Right. Are you medically managed?" And a lot of times, as someone who has been diagnosed with multiple things, if you take the meds, then some of the meds affect who you are. Yes. And a lot of people with problems don't want to take their meds because they don't feel like themselves. And that's because we're wasting time developing pills that don't work, instead of trying to find a cure or find something that works. Let's make a pill that we can put out quickly and make a lot of money.
Right.
And yes, I mean, a lot of the pills just don't work.
There's no reason in my mind for this study. It just isn't a reason. Of all the things you can do with money, what are you doing? So
Me, I'm reading.
Just pisses me off. Are you going straight to the next one?
Well, yeah, I guess I will. I will. So you're telling me, Kevin.
You've already got me all pissed off now. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
You're telling me
we're global, Skip. We're on Twitter and everything.
Dude, we have been quoted and advertised in financial media in Australia. We have our interview with Senator Holly Hughes from Australia was quoted quite thoroughly in the Financial Times of Australia, which is the Wall Street Journal of Australia.
I think we were mentioned like 6 times, right?
Yes, we were mentioned quite a lot. So UPI, this is wow, I don't even know where this is at. UPI, this is written by Brian Dunleavy, says texting program may help young adults quit vaping, study finds. So you're telling me a cell phone? I got a question. I'm going to take this off. So you're telling me that they've developed an app that is so awesome that it will cure nicotine dependence. So why couldn't they take the same app and rebrand it to smoking and crush smoking?
No.
If the app is proving to make people quit vaping, you could use this same app to make people quit doing anything you don't want them to do.
Oh, my head hurts.
Is this like some sort of brainwashing app on your phone? Do you look at it and it just like transmits signals into your? What is this? I'm going to put it back on screen. But I want you, when I put this on screen, I want you to see the ad. I want you to see the ad. Because John that was on the show on Sunday with us would love this.
The ADHD.
No, you missed it. There was a sample box ad right here.
Hey, sweetie.
There was a sample box ad. So anyway, Brian P. Dunleavy says young adults who participated in a text message based campaign to encourage them to quit vaping were up to 40% more likely to drop the habit than those who were not part of the program, according to a study published on Monday by the Journey of American Medical, the JAMA Internal Medicine.
It's the plaid, James.
This is actually this shirt is the what do they call this? This is called the Overlook. It is designed to mimic the colors of the floors in the movie The Shining.
And now you got Liana all pretending to cuss on the thing, the undo button. So these youth were 18 to 24. Patrick, how do you feel about that? Is this a misleading ad?
Are they youth? Are they the youths? The youths? The two youths.
Go on. I'm trying not to interrupt.
I think 18 is the age of majority, right?
It is the age of freaking majority.
It is the age of majority. So they are therefore adults. They're not youths anymore. I know this is. I'm going to take it off screen for a second, Paul. Or you're not Paul. You're Kevin. I'm going to take this off screen for a second. So this is confusing to me. So I see people, public health people. I see people with no credentials at all on social media and on TV and stuff saying that the human brain is not fully developed until the age of 24. Are you familiar with that? Kevin, have you seen that one before?
Oh, I'm familiar.
Okay, so but these are also the same policymakers that are pushing that we should lower
voting age.
the age to vote,
Brain damaged children
to 16. But those people, those 16-year-olds, their brains is not fully developed, and therefore they're not responsible for their decisions.
That's why they want them to vote.
But they want them to vote.
Why they wanted to vote, so they can manipulate them.
So if they can vote, which is the most powerful power that a American citizen has, I don't know about other countries, but I'm not so sure about the elections here in the last couple of years, anyway. But come on, how did Donald Trump get elected in the first place? Well, anyway, so but yet you're still a youth at 24, according to this.
You and I have become brain damaged because we were underage when we started smoking, right? Automatically.
Well, I mean, if I'm a genius with brain damage, how awesome! It's probably a good thing that I started smoking when I was 14 and got brain damaged, because if not, I would have taken over the world by now.
Probably.
Yeah. So
might even have voted for you if you went that far.
No.
Maybe.
No. There's pictures that could show up when They said that what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but just saying.
Oh, send me those pics.
They used before it was the Vegas saying, it was always what happens in New Orleans stays in New Orleans, and then somehow it got moved to Vegas.
That too,
because most of my crazy behavior occurred in New Orleans.
Thank you, Nick. By the way, don't worry about it, Patrick. He was talking to me. Just keep moving on.
You're special for sure. So yes, they're saying that 40% of the people that use this app on their telephone, ages 18 to 24, were able to quit vaping,
quit smoking. Right here.
They really should rebrand that app and change it to an anti-smoking thing, and tell me if it's that successful.
Well, you got 80% did not participate. We're still using devices. So if they put this out for just vaping, the other 16 people that are 18 to 24 that are vaping should be able to quit.
Yeah.
And wait a minute, Patrick. I thought there was a gateway to smoking. Why aren't these people smoking already? This is crazy.
I got a question.
All right.
So if this app, it says more than 80% of those who did not participate in the vaping cessation initiative still were using devices.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that 20% of the people that participated or that didn't participate, 20% of the people who did not participate with this app program still quit vaping, right?
Well, that's tobacco control math, yes.
Let me finish. Now, the best documented percentage of smoking cessation with a pharmaceutical approved, FDA approved smoking cessation thing is 6%.
I'll say 7.
Okay, 7%.
6.5.
This app is more successful than any FDA approved smoking cessation thing. So they need to rebrand this anti-vaping thing into an anti-smoking thing, and they will have the most successful FDA approved non-vaping smoking cessation apparatus.
Good question. Paul wants to know if you need a prescription for the app. That's a beautiful question.
Well, you'd have to go to the app store.
But this is a miracle. It's a public health miracle.
So if they're telling me that this thing can get 20% of the people that don't even participate with it to quit.
Don't even know it exists.
The app was successful even when people didn't use it.
Didn't even know it existed. And 80% of them also want to quit.
Oh yes.
I've never come close to catching that ever yet on any.
Okay, so there's a line here. It says just over 82% of the study participants reported that they vaped within 30 minutes of waking up in the morning.
That's part of the Fagerstrom.
That's a lie.
Well, of course it's a lie.
I mean, I shouldn't say that's a lie. I've been vaping 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
I smoked for
100.
27 years or so. And I go an hour, 2 hours in the morning sometimes without touching my device.
Not me.
I touch other things. Oh, never mind.
I'm 10 minutes in, maybe at the most. With a cigarette, I wasn't even out of my bed. So this I can go 10 minutes. I can go to the store. I can forget it. Whoops, I forgot my damn vape. You know, that kind of thing. Cigarettes, might have turned her fuck around.
I'd have stopped at the convenience store and bought a bag or pack.
Well, hey, what are you doing, buddy?
But it seems odd to me that, I mean, just glancing through this article, they're saying that 20% of the people that did not participate in the program quit vaping.
It's a
without even trying.
Miracle.
Without even trying. They quit without even trying. 20%.
Because it's a sleight of wording, isn't it, that they do that? How can you? Well, we know why.
And some what the Journal of America. Let me read this. Let me see who did this study, Kevin. Right. Let's look at who did this study.
All right, fine.
There's a COVID ad here, so I'm going to share this. This is the actual study, and there's a whole bunch of fucking ads, but you'll just have to get through this. So Amanda Graham, she's a PhD. Michael Amato, PhD. Sarah Cha, CHA, her name, Cha, did this. Let's scroll down. I just want to go down to the financials. So at least 3 PhDs got paid.
Well, CUI doesn't matter anymore, allegedly.
Well, I want to see.
I don't think I even sent that.
Oh, look, Kevy.
Oh, yeah, I did. What?
Look at this.
Hang on. Oh, tisk. What is it? Hashtag undo Bloomberg brainwashing. They're all sleeping with each other.
Okay, so Dr. Graham, Dr. Amato, Mrs. Cha, Mrs. Jacob, and Miss Cha, all of the 5 of the authors
are employed by
Truth Initiative. This is what I was trying to get at.
Now, look at the next line, the next one down. That sells Enterprise Digital Tobacco Cessation Programs. Wait a minute. They sell it?
This study was funded by Truth Initiative and CVS Health Foundation.
Oh, listen to that. Now I'm going to quote Patrick.
Somebody paid these people, the Truth Initiative and CVS paid these people for this asinine study that shows that people quit vaping without even trying.
Rest assured, Patrick, the next paragraph says sources have no role in design or conduct of the study. What are you talking about? Right there, role of the funder. They have no role in it.
Yeah, funding sources had no role in the design and conduct of the study, collection of management, analysis, and interpretation of data.
Isn't that exactly what
the manuscript?
Isn't that exactly what the smoke-free world is saying as well? But they're all pissed off about it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just checking. And for those of you who joined late, Logan is a little excited tonight.
Well, it's because we showed him the Muppets a while ago.
Oh, yeah, you showed me the Muppets. I got excited.
This study,
as well as National Institute for Health, NIH was in that too.
Paid for the CVS and Truth paid for, and NIH or whatever paid for this study that shows that 20% of the people who didn't even participate in the study quit vaping.
I can feel my face just turning red. Skip said
It's a higher percentage than any FDA-approved
this is
smoking cessation.
And that's wonderful, Patrick. Truth has a quit smoking program employers can purchase to help employees quit.
Yes.
If they're a nonprofit, what are they selling anything for to help smoke? Is the most important thing to them to stop people from smoking? It's not mine, but
no.
If that, I thought it was. Okay. I'm glad.
Who told you that a nonprofit couldn't make a profit?
That's not what I'm saying. Well, they're nonprofit political front groups to begin with.
I mean,
nonprofit.
Where have you been?
Oh my God.
I mean, come on, Kevin. Have you not been? You've been on this show for like 2.5 years now.
Has it been that long?
Yes.
My apologies to everyone in the room.
Where have you been?
What is it? There we go. So, Dr. Gardner, I adore him. I actually corrected him this week.
I think I'm just going to offer Dr. Gardner his own show.
He should have his own spot at least in here. So Dr. Gardner points out that the state of Michigan is advancing a bill to ban something that's already illegal to do, have, purchase, whatever. So I was concerned about it.
Okay, so
you're going to go there, aren't you?
I'm going here now. Okay, so
2 years later.
I'm going to rub this a little bit.
This is how your politicians are acting 2 years later.
So the Michigan House advances a bill banning vitamin E acetate in vaping products.
Well, thank goodness for that.
Well, it's so great that they're banning something that's not in any vaping products.
I just can't.
So
it doesn't.
This is okay. So an additive linked to vaping-related lung injuries and death would be formally banned in Michigan under legislation passed in the Michigan House this week. House lawmakers on Thursday approved a package of bills aimed at prohibiting the sale of tobacco and marijuana vaping products containing vitamin E acetate or other additives not approved by the FDA. The Centers for Disease Control has strongly linked THC products containing vitamin E acetate to 68 deaths, including 3 in Michigan and more than 2,800 hospitalizations nationwide. Okay, at least by the second paragraph, they address that this is THC products.
Mm-hmm.
A processor or provisioning center found in violation of the ban would face a misdemeanor punishable by a fine of up to $10,000. House Bill 4249 and 4250, sponsored by Representative Abdullah Hammoud, a Democrat from Dearborn, and House Bill 4251, sponsored by Joe Bellino, Republican from Monroe. Yeah, that is correct. Passed the chamber with wide bipartisan support. The package now heads to the Senate for further review. So let's see. Let's ban something that nobody that's in a professional capacity, nobody that's doing this as an actual business that's not selling it out of the trunk of their car or out of their underwear. When I was a kid, Kevin,
and many moons ago,
and I was looking for the wacky tobacco.
Yeah,
there were certain neighborhoods that I would drive through, and if I was in that neighborhood, I stood out, shall we say, and if somebody of my particular persuasion was driving through the neighborhood, everybody knew what they were there for. And you would drive out and hand a kid a $20 bill, and he would reach into his underwear and pull out a bag.
Goodness gracious!
Now, as a
Shocking me.
nearly 50-year-old person, I would be going, what was I thinking?
I got mine in the hallway between class. I didn't go into the car or neighborhoods.
You didn't go into the that,
not till later.
I went into the bad neighborhoods to get it. Yeah. So they're banning something that nobody is using except for illegal people.
Or making, except illegal people. Well, and it's not even having to do with that. And then Moose Juice, I can't think of her name momentarily, Kim, I believe, said that they're also throwing other crap underneath it. So it makes it worse. It just makes it freaking worse.
It doesn't make any sense to me, Kev.
And I think, Skip, that's more than 5 million, isn't it? But didn't they make it like 20? But anyway, they're funding it, which is also part of Bloomberg, which is also part of all the bullshit that we have to go through.
They tie-barred vaping bills with it.
And I didn't see that because I didn't flip through that far, but there was mention of that from her. She knows what she's talking about.
It
and so
baffles me that vitamin E acetate is not in any legal product on the market anywhere.
No. And this is 2 years after people died. 60-something people died and 3,000 people were in the freaking hospital when we were yelling and screaming and hollering.
Because we knew about it months in advance and we warned them.
Leafly said it.
We warned them.
I told Jerry, and I'm all around. I didn't have my nap today, Patrick. I apologize for my anger.
I had one earlier myself. I fell asleep on the top.
I'm all cranky. Skip's rubbing off on me.
Well, when you start turning into an old broad, I'm really going to be concerned.
Well, thank you. So 2 years later, somebody went, you know what? We should ban that stuff. It's probably for the best. What in the fuck is wrong with you idiots in Michigan? Okay, that's 1 year. Okay.
Ohio. Let's talk. You're in Ohio, right?
He said Vermont, I think he said.
Yes, he said Vermont. I got a text or a private message.
What happened in Vermont? Because I'm green as grass for that.
I don't know. That's where all those lefties live. I don't know.
Crybabies.
That's one of those Bernie places. I don't go there.
Lovable.
But then you sent me a tweet from Maura Gilchrist.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
You sent me a thing from Maura. Now, before anybody says nasty things, because Maura works for PMI.
She's sharper than you and I both.
She's very intelligent.
Oh,
so
I'd love to have her on.
Well. Here's the Bath TR definition of a front group. A front group is an organization that purports to represent one agenda, while in reality it serves some other party or interest whose sponsorship is hidden and rarely mentioned.
Stop. I'm interrupting you on purpose for everybody in the room.
Because that's literally the length of it.
That tweet is what I call, gee, I wonder what she's talking about. So then you go to Dick, DP.
I don't want to go to Dick. That's not my style, man.
Follow Dick. So, oh my, this very much looks like Bath TR telling its contractors not to disclose Bloomberg funding in order to hide COI. We just talked about conflict of interest a minute ago, and then just click on there, and there you go. That goes to Dr. F. Now, if there is anybody in the world that I trust, it's not Patrick, it's Dr. Farsalinos. So the authors of the BMJ article have not disclosed funding from Bloomberg, undo Bloomberg brainwashing, hashtag, via University of Bath. And I'll let you, I know what I highlighted. You can say what you like. I'll let you go fresh into this.
This is a lot of stuff.
It's not. Read foundation means Bloomberg, and then just go down right to there. That's all you need to know.
So, yes. So everywhere in this contract where it says the word foundation, that we're supposed to substitute Bloomberg because Bloomberg is the foundation. So there's one foundation. So it says the contractor recognizes that it may have access to information belonging to the foundation. or the university which is of a proprietary or confidential nature and acknowledges that the information is proprietary, private, and confidential.
So, just go to number 2.
No, let me finish this though. So
Fine.
Bath, the University of Bath has agreed to supply proprietary, private, and confidential information that it acknowledges proprietary, private, and confidential to Bloomberg Philanthropies.
What? Oh, that's right. Foundation means Bloomberg. Go on, please.
Yes. So, number 2, the contractor shall not make any statement or otherwise imply to donors, investors, media, or the general public that Bloomberg Philanthropies directly funds its activities.
Oh, wait a minute.
So we're going to give proprietary, private, protected, confidential information to Bloomberg. Bloomberg's going to give us money for that information, not for anything else. They're buying information from us, but we're going to use that money to do research. But they're not really giving us the money for the research. They're giving us the information for the private information that we've given to them.
We've been funded by to give to, yeah.
So, okay, we've gotten that.
But Smoke Free World's not allowed to do this. Is that correct? They're against all odds.
No, because their money is poison. Bloomberg's money is not poisonous.
Oh, okay. Don't for one second think that this doesn't go on every single day around the freaking world, and that's why we've had every back problems in your fucking vape. Why do you think we have back problems in your vape? Because somebody's giving somebody money to go, you know what? This is what you should do. Kiss my ass.
Call Matei James in a minute.
What, are you bringing James on?
I guess he's begging. As long as he holds his camera steady this time.
Oh.
Because the last time he was drinking and he started to get a little crooked halfway through.
So the nonprofit political, let me clarify for everybody. The nonprofit political,
James, before you come on, I want you to text me what you want to talk about.
So clarify for me, Patrick. Nonprofit political front groups don't like nonprofit political front groups. Is that what I'm catching here?
Yeah.
Unless it's them. So it's okay for me to do it, but you're not supposed to. And we're gonna oust you, and we're gonna rile you up, and we're gonna call you, shills and all that other bullshit. But we're allowed to do it. Don't do as I do, just do as I say, because we're the good people and you people are evil. Is that what I'm getting to? Is that the focus that they're trying to portray, but they're hiding it from everybody on purpose? Ed suspended from commenting for 6 more hours. That doesn't surprise me somehow.
You guys keep getting in trouble. Like, I say some really crazy shit on here. And
so Patrick, this is what you should do. From when James gets on, only we're allowed to talk about stuff. He's just got to be quiet. He can't say anything.
Still trying to decide. He's telling me he wants to talk about Vermont. I want to know what the hell he wants to talk about Vermont for.
He can't be moving to Vermont. He loves Ohio.
I don't know. They have pretty good maple syrup in Vermont, don't they?
Yeah,
it's pretty close to Canada,
Leanna's vouching for him. So hashtag undo Bloomberg brainwashing only applies to those who take money from Bloomberg.
Okay, so he has given me an approved something that I'm willing to discuss on the show. I don't necessarily know everything that's going on, and I want to make sure that it's appropriate for our viewers.
Is he coming on fully dressed?
I hope so.
Does he have pants?
Otherwise, I will go to the kitchen and grab a spoon and gouge my eyes out. Because
when I figure out if Demi's got pants on or not, it's like I got to drink another swig of coffee. If he doesn't have pants, I got to go get some more.
Hey, Addie.
Addie.
Demetrius never stands up.
I know.
He took his shirt off.
He's in a-
Let's go. Let's go here. This is a much better view. All right, so I messaged you, right? I messaged you, Patrick, about what was going on in Vermont.
Well, you didn't tell me any specifics, though.
I did
What
not.
happened in Vermont?
I did not. So, whenever COVID kind of started,
Yes.
everything got quiet, and we were all shut down here in Ohio and every other state. We couldn't go to our stores or do anything like that. Like in Ohio, we couldn't even go to the store. So apparently, Vermont decided it was a great time to put out a sting. And they started ordering online 130 mil or 60 mil to the Attorney General's office in Vermont, giving a fake name, but it went to the Attorney General's address in Vermont. I know 2 people that run shops or businesses that shipped 130 mil for $12.99 or $14.99 to Vermont.
Oh.
Cost one of them $5,000. Cost the other one, well, he's still dealing with it, so I'm not going to say what it's going to cost him. But in that, the first settlement out of Vermont 2 weeks ago, out of all the people that they had busted for the first round, was $147,000.
Oh, they'll never get rid of it then.
During a COVID shutdown.
So somebody ordered something online and had it delivered to the agent.
Yeah, they were just searching online, and based on your search,
fake names.
It was a name. I don't know if it was a fake name or a real name.
Well, I mean, I would assume
it could have been
credit
Mary,
card. If they did credit card, it would have to be
it had to be their name. Right, it had to be their name, but it was shipped to the Attorney General's office in Vermont.
Okay,
and some of these people maybe did not have the proper licensing, because apparently Vermont has a specific license.
No, they have a ban. They have an online sales ban.
Yeah, well, maybe people did not know that. But
they purposely sent it to the AG, so it sounds to me like somebody was trying to fuck over their competitors.
$147,000 for the first part of
157.5.
Yes,
I just found it. Well,
you just found it, right? And I know 2 of the people on that part that got nailed, and they settled at $5,000. I know one more that is still in negotiation. The thing is, somebody settled for $500. The weird thing about this whole piece is there was a company that got busted multiple times before this for shipping into Vermont, and had donated $15,000 to a political fund and got out of it. So whenever we were all shut down and trying to be good stewards and just help out the smokers, this was happening during COVID. During COVID, by the way, they decided they were going to go out and do what they wanted to do. So yes, absolutely, it was ridiculous. And I'm sure, Patrick, if you're looking at that email that you're probably referencing.
No, I'm actually on the office of the Vermont Attorney General's website.
So you'll see a couple of the $5,000 settlements.
Yes. Yeah, there's a list of all of the plaintiffs.
Yes.
Or defendants.
Defendants, yes.
Yes.
So I knew 2 of those. One of them I am very, 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 very closely to. But it was absolutely ridiculous for a freaking 30 mil.
So apparently, and James, if there is, so according to this, since 2008, Vermont has had a delivery sales ban.
Absolutely.
that has prohibited cigarettes, roll your own tobacco, little cigars, or snuff ordered or purchased by telephone, mail order, or through the internet to be shipped to anyone in Vermont other than a licensed wholesale dealer or retailer. So this is a complete ban on business to consumer delivery of those products. And this law was expanded in 2019 to include electronic vaping devices.
Again, not saying it was wrong, but during a bad time when there was no communication from any federal vape group,
I was unaware of this.
It was a bad time to do it.
I mean, I don't have every ban in my head. This is since 2019, so this has been active even before the COVIDs.
Yeah,
Right.
but they just decided to go after it.
So
during
it
COVID.
looks to me like the attorney AG, the Vermont AG, ordered stuff online.
Yes,
And if the sale went through and it got delivered,
a lot of stuff.
I mean, he just did. These are straw sales. These are not straw sales. These are sting sales.
They were sting sales. Oh,
yeah,
horribly bad. Yes, and I feel bad for the people that got caught up in it.
It sucks, but I have to say that if you're in the business and you're shipping, you should probably know what you're.
You should, but again, without any direction from some kind of a federal group.
I'm sorry.
I do.
I'm sorry, James.
I will argue that
is not Safada's fault. If you're
I
in
didn't
this
say
business,
Safada. Did I say Safada or anybody?
No, you said international. So I just figured I would name both of them.
No. Yeah, I mean, it was a bad thing, and I know one of those groups. I know one of those groups was specifically a member of a group that dealt with it nationally.
Well, in that one point, there was a thing called NEPTA.
Right.
So New England.
The whole reason for this call in was about the unification, because we had talked about this the last time I was on, actually, about this time at night when I was hammered, and kind of like not like I am now. But
don't drown.
I won't. Trust me, I will not drown. But I mean, this is the kind of thing that we need a national group to step up and help people with, because $157,000 in fines, and they weren't all vape. They were not all vape companies. They were smoke shops. They were vape companies.
All they didn't have the word vape or e-cig in their name.
I know, right? It's crazy. But yeah, it bothered me a little bit.
See, but again, your state trade organizations,
yes,
should probably be notified. But the thing is your credit card handlers should be telling you.
Yeah, if you have the right protection on your website and your marketing, sometimes the broad marketing works against you, because the ones that got nailed were the ones that were paying for the broad marketing.
Well, I mean, I know one of these companies. It's probably not the same one you know.
Right. But I mean, it's crazy to see what happens.
But yeah, I mean, this is part of the PACT Act. This is not part of the PACT Act, but this is very similar to the PACT Act, where you need to know what the taxes are in all the different islands. So you also need to know where the flavor bans are, where the shipping bans are, where all, and whose responsibility is it ultimately. Your name is on the business.
Exactly. And it does come back to you.
I like to point the finger and blame people, but I have to say that ultimately, at the end of the day, it's these people's fault for not knowing where they can and can't ship to.
Right. It is, but God, I mean, 50 freaking states. I mean, it is. I'm not trying to diminish anything. 50 states is hard to remember, especially when you're shut down and don't really.
Your credit card processors will turn off states that are not legal.
Absolutely, they will. 100% they will.
So,
but if you're shut down and have got nothing else to do, and somebody clicks on your website, or hey, I got you.
If you're Puff e-cig, you got anally raped because you got $90,000.
There's a couple more that had more.
Huh?
There's a couple more on that list that had a way, way bigger fine to pay.
No, the biggest one on here is Puffy Sig at 90,000.
Nope. There's one more. It
No.
goes back. It goes back prior to that, but yeah, it keeps
Well, it's
going
not on
on.
this list. But
Yeah, there's
they
one that
said
goes back prior.
They said that they've collected $157,000 in fines, and all of these fines that are here are starting at 90,000.
That's just from this. That's just from that sting.
Yeah,
this started before. I found out as this was going on when I started talking to people. There was a company
Vaporfy got $150,000.
There you go. Yep, there you go.
That
and
was
they
the
donated.
That was in December of last year.
They donated a bunch of money to make that go away. Overall.
Yeah. So you
even though it's still there, they donated a bunch of money to make it go away.
Yeah. Well, Vaporfy is not a small company.
They are not, and I'm telling you, they are a member of our association, and they are great members here in Ohio. They are a franchise. They are amazing members in Ohio, and they were alarmed to see that because they were very upset about it. But it's not their franchise.
Helene, it is currently not illegal to mail vapor products. The USPS has still not populated their regulations yet,
right?
And there are still some companies that are shipping until the USPS does populate their regulations. They have announced that they are not at this time enforcing yet.
So the reason for my call was just that. I mean, if you're going to ship, make sure you know what's going on.
Yeah.
Because I mean, this turned into $147,000.
Well, I mean, you add it up, it's over $300,000.
It's still not done. There are still companies that are yet to be heard in front of the judge. And I know one of those companies who was going to settle for $5,000, then he saw somebody that settled for $500. So all of a sudden he's going to go back to his attorney and say, no, we're going to settle for $500.
At this point, though, now that the AG has gotten bigger settlements,
but he got littler settlements. That was the thing.
But you got to look at, you don't know what order. So if the first guy says, "I'll give you $500 because that's all I got," the judge be like, "Okay, boo." But the judge could say, "Could you hand me your statement from your bank account so I can see how much money you have?" And that's how we'll decide whether you're going to get a $500 settlement or a $10,000.
Yeah, but at least they have the option at this point because they have it written on that release now. The minimum is $500. Well, then I'm going to go for the minimum, and that's what the other company is going to do. But I mean, this stuff happens all the time.
Are you in the pool by yourself?
I am. My wife is asleep upstairs.
So you literally could drink yourself. You could drink yourself to the point where you can't hold your head up anymore.
Absolutely. I've got endless amounts of alcohol.
And then you could drown right there in the pool all by yourself in the middle of the night. Your poor Gary could wake up in the morning and see you floating face down in the pool. That would be sad.
This pool is amazing, by the way.
He's got some alone time. Leave him.
Well, I don't know what he's doing in that pool by himself in the middle of the night. When
and it changes color. I don't know who does that. But yeah, it's great. So,
see, that's how rich folks live, Kevin. They got swimming pools. They got garages where they got big screen TVs and they play around watching cars driving around in a circle.
I had to escape for a week.
Oh, you're in Florida.
I came down to Florida. Yeah, I did.
Are you in one of those rental houses? Where they call that?
I'll be with Nick.
Are you in Nick's house?
No, I'll be with Nick for the next couple of days.
Give him a kiss for me.
We're gonna go golfing on Sunday, and then dinner Sunday night. Probably hook up Tuesday, I think, maybe Wednesday. So
you'll be in good company.
Oh, absolutely. Always. I actually met up with the PR guy for Florida Smoke Free, Jennings. He lives literally 5 miles from where I'm at. So we hooked up today. Nick has not even ever met him face to face. So we sat down, had a great dinner, had a great time.
Good.
But yeah, this pool is freaking amazing.
Sweet.
And it's so big.
See, I have to, when I travel, I get to stay in like the Best Western or the Hotel 6.
Right, watch out for the gator.
There's no gators here.
Oh,
he
gator,
gets
watch
to
it.
swim in the swimming pools.
Right. No drop bears either. Where's Paul?
No, but
Or drop
need to-
gators. There's no drop
you
gators either.
need to make sure they don't try to push you into the ocean when you're there.
Right.
And Nick might try to push me into the gator pool.
They might think that you're one of those that they have to push it off the beach that somehow get themselves beached.
I'm not a whale, dude.
And James Liana had a question.
Yes.
Have they started pulling licenses yet in Vermont?
I don't know that yet. I know that was a question for one of the previous offenders.
Okay.
I don't know if they've pulled any licenses yet for Vermont.
Okay.
But again, if you're a consumer and you're ordering in Vermont online, you're kind of endangering the business.
Right.
I mean, it's a bad situation.
It's a black
and the worst
mark.
thing is, I feel bad for these people that are trying to send vape product to people that are trying to save their lives, and then get a $5,000 fine for a $14 bottle of liquid.
They must have seen Australia's.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, the
So,
fine,
I mean,
is good.
This was more of a, hey, anybody that's shipping to somewhere that's not allowed to ship,
Yeah, y'all need to
love you for
listening
doing
to
it, but
fucking-
you gotta make sure you're being safe.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is if you've got your paperwork proper with your credit card processor, it should automatically stop tobacco
Some
sales.
of those processors don't, Dan. They don't.
Then you need a better processor.
You need a better security gate, yes.
Because every one of the guys that I've ever spoken to in the at the events, the credit card processors that were vape friendly would always be at the events, and they would be like, we're up to date on all of the regulations for blah 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 blah.
And I got a bridge I want to sell you over here in the swamp. So
Oh,
come on, Paul Bunyan. You know how that works.
they get you in the door, and then they took your money.
It
and
happens.
6
dude.
months later, they were like, "Oh, we're cutting you off."
And it happens
happened a lot, too.
it happens to the nicest, some of the most amazing people in this industry. It's just one of those deals. Especially whenever you're shut down during COVID, scratching and clawing to get every sale, and you're trying to make sure everything happens. Yeah, it was a bad deal, man. And like I said, I feel bad for the 3 people that I knew personally.
Yeah.
It just sucked, and they're worried about because the letter came to them with it may be $100,000 fine and a year and a half in jail.
Yeah,
So I mean, to get out of it with a $5,000 deal, I mean, it was great to some, but I mean, really,
$5,000 is a lot of money to me.
It is.
$5,000 is a lot of
somebody's sending somebody something that's going to save their life. That's the worst part about it to me.
Yeah.
I mean, from where I'm at, I mean, okay, yeah, maybe they broke the law, maybe they messed up, but they didn't kill anybody.
No,
That's the worst part.
no.
They didn't hold it.
You can get away with killing somebody now.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's fine.
You can get away with that, but selling e-liquid over the internet is
Oh, no, don't do
capital.
that.
That's a capital crime. Speaking of capital crimes, while you're on, hey,
Yes.
a while back we discussed that a kid had killed another kid during a vape sale, an illegal teen vape sale.
Ooh.
And this week, the teen that killed the other teen was sentenced to life in prison for murder. So, Lloyd Chavez was a standout rugby player at Cherokee Trail High School before a 2019 shooting during a deal for vape products. This is the one the mom was sitting in the car. And she took the boy to the park so that he could sell his vaping products to this 19-year-old kid. And while this was all going on, there was a ruckus or whatever, and I think at the time he was 17, killed the kid over the vape product. He tried to snatch it and run, and he has been sentenced to life in prison.
We can only assume
for killing another. Well, 40 years. He can get paroled after 40 years, so he'll be almost 60 before he'll see freedom. Just because he was selling, it was illegal for him to possess in the first place. He was 17, and his mom drove him to the park so that he could sell it to another kid.
So why didn't the company that sold him the product get held liable?
Well, his mom might have bought it. She's the one that drove him to the fucking park to sell it.
She might have, but I mean, there's got to be some more investigation there, in my opinion. Maybe not. I don't know.
Assuming it was nicotine.
But
right.
You know how our system works. But yeah, I just thought that I would, since we talked about it when it occurred, I would cover that again. So that's terrible. A real capital crime. Somebody died.
Mm-hmm. And it wasn't from a valley.
James, where are you looking?
I'm right straight ahead of you.
Because your eyes are like this.
Well, I'm actually pretty much straight ahead of you.
Follow my finger.
There it is.
There it is.
Is that good?
You're still cross-eyed. I never noticed that before. Is it only when you're drinking?
Always.
Only when you're drinking
at the time.
He's always drinking, or he's always cross-eyed.
Well, that's from sitting in the couch watching the NASCARs going in a circle like this.
Yes, that's what happens. That is exactly what happens.
I'm really interested. I think they should do the NASCAR, and they should make them like one race go clockwise, and then the next race make them go counterclockwise.
Well, we did start putting in road courses, so now they go left and right.
That's just like, but
that's just like that, huh?
I want to see how many people. I want to see how many of those drivers, they're so used to left turns, they get down to the end of the straightaway and they have to make a right turn.
It happens during the race, like during some of these road courses. They're so used to going left.
500 laps in the opposite direction.
Oh, no. But if you watch the road courses, when they have to turn left, they have to turn right. They just get totally confused.
It's like a road course.
Yeah.
But
down in Texas,
at least when I was familiar with NASCAR, most of the owners had a special driver that they would bring in only for the road courses.
Yep.
So you would see guys like Boris Said, and other guys that never raced on the ovals, that only did so that.
Dude, they just had Boris Said at the what is that, Circuit of the Americas, COTA down there in Austin. But Boris just raced the Xfinity race down there.
So it doesn't really help that it's not fair that they bring in these scrubs, these
scrubs though never place.
Well, sometimes
never. Even all the years that NASCAR's been doing road courses, they've brought in these road course experts.
Gordon used to be a road course specialist, and I know he's won. He
was in NASCAR a full season for about 12 years.
Before he was a full timer, though, he was a road course specialist.
He was, yeah, absolutely. He was the only one. He's probably the only road course guy, actually outside of AJ Allmendinger, that they had ever brought in to race road courses. There was one other guy. He raced for Richard. No, Richard. Maybe Petty. Can't remember the guy's name.
Stuff.
Can't remember the guy's name, but he did well for a couple years. But I mean, Boris Said would always come in just for the road courses, and his fan base was the set heads. Because Boris had a big afro. Huge afro. So all these guys and girls are showing up to the race with big afro wigs. They were the set heads.
See, now you've chased Kevin away.
I did chase Kevin up. Sorry,
with the
Kevin.
NASCAR talk.
It got boring, yeah. So even now we talk about NASCAR, nothing else. Kevin's known. Night.
You missed Logan.
I did. No, I did not. I did see Logan. He got mad about something. He was all about it.
We were talking about the Netherlands instituting ban on vaping products.
I would be mad too if I was
next July.
Yeah, I'd be mad too. But there was something else that he said, and I actually hashtagged it in this comment section earlier before I came on. But yeah, I saw Logan was a little bit upset about something.
Well, yeah, but the Vermont thing I see as well. I see it's kind of weird that people can get out of their fine by making donations to political groups.
Yep,
but you know, I don't really want to.
It was a bad time to do what they did.
Well, government's going to do government. You know, they're going to do their shit regardless of a pandemic.
Right. But again,
the AG was bored. He's like, I'm going to order me some AG products.
Yeah, he was definitely friggin' bored. He was $147,000 of 500 bored.
Well, no, 300,000 total between the.
Well, that was with the previous, and then he still got more to go.
And this one,
he still got more to go.
Let's sue some people. Let's get some money.
Why not? Yeah, why not? Yeah, we had nothing else to do. And that's the only state that I know of that has done that to this point.
But any of them could.
Any of them could. You're right. But that was the only one that actually openly pursued it, which was
online
really
sales
weird,
specifically to justify online sales bans.
And they were so ballsy they had it shipped to the AG's office under somebody else's name. Which nobody.
How can you do that? Because
they had it shipped.
The name on the envelope has to be the name on the credit card.
It was probably her credit card. Let's say it was Carolyn Smith. I don't know what the lady's name was for this.
Well, different people in the office.
Yeah, it was somebody in the office to that address on their credit card, and I'm sure they got reimbursed. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's what happens. I mean, it's just so crappy. The other thing I wanted to bring up real quick is FDA is now out investigating shops and manufacturers. They are looking for GCCs, and they are looking for CBD items that have the correct paperwork, whether that is a scannable label that shows where that product came from, or a hard copy of where that product came from in the lab results. But they're back on the GCC.
Are they actually sending some of these out to labs to be retested?
That I do not know. All I know is they have been.
Because I am aware that there are quite a few out there that are circulating. Not the most.
They've been to some stores in Ohio. They've been to some stores in Ohio, and they have asked specifically for GCCs, and they have asked specifically for lab results. And look at there! It's a little Dave Mustaine.
Don't pick your nose.
I'll pick your nose and make Kevin eat it.
Don't pick your nose. So, for the uninitiated, what is a GCC?
Yeah, it literally is the certification of the bottles that they have been through the testing, and they meet all requirements.
So, for a lot of the squeezy bottles,
those.
For a lot of these bottles, that has to do with the amount. One of the requirements is the amount of pressure that it requires to squeeze the bottle to get stuff to come out. So that's why a lot of companies that had glass dripper bottles,
pretty much all of them,
had to put a flow restrictor in the top of the bottle. And that is a general certificate of conformity, and it's for child-resistant tops. See, it has to be my so home 80 comes in GCC compliant bottles.
It has to be so many pounds per pressure per square inch.
Right.
So an elderly person can open it, and somebody the age of 20 can open it.
So Kevin can open it, and Logan can open it.
Logan can't open it.
Logan's not 20.
Yeah, he has to push down on it because that's a secret.
That's right.
But Logan's probably better at opening the bottles than Grandpa is.
Well, yeah, I mean,
That's
Kevin
why I
can't
have
open
them.
bottles by himself. What are you talking about?
But this is reasonable checks by the FDA. These are
Right.
things that we want them to do, really.
Right. And they are out training people. So 2 weeks ago, there was a guy in Ohio from Florida. He hit the Toledo market. This week, there was 2 people, one from Georgia, one from Texas. And I can tell you that all 3 of those people, from the people that I've talked to, they were fantastic, super friendly, just still trying to get an understanding of the industry. And they were very, very friendly. So if they come into your store,
don't be jerks.
Friendly, be professional. If you don't have an answer, be honest with them, but don't volunteer any information that they're not asking for, because you don't know what they're trying to find. But they were, from the 5 people that I talked to, they were very friendly and very, very congenial. And
no reason for them not to be.
Right. I mean, this misdemeanor that people they're all rude, and we learned this during the PMTA submission. They're not. They're just doing their job. They're trying to understand this industry like we're trying to understand their industry.
Now, to be fair, James, they've had 10 years.
Oh, yeah, but in this industry, they haven't, honestly. When the first person came and inspected our lab the first time, he had been with the company, had been with FDA for 2 weeks. I know that we were his first inspection.
For the last 5 or 6 years, they've had job listings every quarter for these jobs. And
I mean,
they're adding new people every quarter.
Right. And we don't want to make enemies. We want to make friendships, right? So, I mean, this guy came into our lab, and my daughter, he pulled up his iPad thing or his iPhone survey, and she was telling him what to put in because he had no idea. The only ding that we got in our lab, which was not attached to our store,
because you weren't wearing a hairnet.
We didn't have a sign on front of our door of our lab that says nobody under 21. You didn't have to have
Is that a rule?
You didn't have to have it. No, but that was the thing he dinged us on.
So you got a door sign saying no one under 21, but you have to have one inside as well.
No, we didn't have one on the door. It was a private lab.
Okay, private lab. Oh,
it wasn't a retail business.
Yeah,
this was prior to the federal 21 thing.
Yeah,
that's a little
pissy. It is what it is. I mean, that was the only thing that he was looking for.
Is there a law that says if you can't work in a vape shop until you're 21?
I am not aware.
I've never seen that.
You can't use it.
No, but if you're working in a lab,
mm-hmm.
I mean, there's no rule, but if you can't use it when you're
in the lab, and you're people aren't vaping in the lab, I hope.
Right. I mean, but even in a shop, if you're not 21, you shouldn't be using it federally anyway.
Yeah.
But at this time, it was prior to, so I was I was confused.
You can't work in a vape shop unless you're 18.
I was confused why he wrote that down, and I asked him the question. He said, "Well, we would prefer." I'm like, "All right, well, we got this." His name was Harley Hoffman.
Harley Hoffman.
Yep.
Well, hello,
he's no longer there. From what I know, he's no longer there. But the guys that ran Ohio this past week were super nice, and they may still be here. I don't know. They hit Toledo, Dayton, and then I didn't hear anything from anybody in Ohio today, so I don't know.
So let me clarify in my head.
Go ahead.
It's the only thing there. They preferred what? The sign?
Yep.
So
this was 3 years ago, by the way.
Okay, but the speed limit can say we prefer you to do 65,
yes.
Where the speed limit is.
Yeah.
So he's throwing darts.
Well, dude, he didn't know anything. My daughter
That's
walked him through his entire survey. I said, yeah, check that, check that, check that, check that, check that, check that. He took pictures and then they left.
But there's reasonable checking, and having any business like you guys have once a year, I'm assuming. You guys once a year, I'm assuming, have a fire inspector walk in and check your
correct. Yep.
Your squirt bottles or whatever.
Every year they come in and check at least the extinguishers. Yeah.
David Forsyth says this is a real NASCAR. This is a better race car than the NASCAR.
Stop with the NASCAR thing. You're killing me.
One of our viewers sent us this picture just now. It's also
if you're not following David, follow David. By the way, so
David Forsyth is one of our Twitter friends, and he's watching us on Twitter, and he's responding. He replied to our show. See, here we are.
That's pretty much going to be like the new NASCARs. What they're going to look like without the big extended wing.
That's to really put downforce on the back wheels, man.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
I'm sorry if it's not open wheel, I don't want to watch it.
Oh, stop it!
I used to race sprint cars in midgets. Long time ago. I actually raced in 3 World of Outlaw races.
Did you have the Paul Bunyan race suit?
I had the fire suit, dude. You have to wear the fucking because you
Max. You had
when racing. Yeah, when racing suits, when the racing fuel catches fire, you can't see it.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it's like.
So yeah.
I do like the nod to Paul Bunyan. It looks good, especially with your hat. I do like that.
See, I'm James. We're
now. Patrick is regretting bringing me on. After
we're following the World Vape Day.
For my 2 minutes, he's regretting bringing me on now.
So, have a nice weekend. Don't drown in the pool, James.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you. Love you guys.
See you, James. Love you.
But hey, you're doing Monday 20, right? Monday 20 from Florida?
Yeah, we'll be there. I'll be with Nick, I think.
Okay. Now don't be with Nick. Dolores might get jealous.
With Nick, yes. Possibly. See you guys.
Bye.
Yeah. So as a consumer, Patrick, you and I can talk all we like and say what we want. I want vape shops to have some form of regulation. I'm not saying that this should be a free-for-all. There should be sensible.
No, there needs to be regulation. There should be regulation. This is a product.
Correct.
This is a product that, Skip, I actually raced with Doug. This is a product that you inhale into your body.
Yes.
Reasonable. People are selling this stuff that you're supposed to put in your device and inhale it into your body. Gotcha. Of course, there needs to be some sort of regulation to make sure that it is as safe as possible.
Correct. I want to make sure to clarify, the people that don't have any funding from Bloomberg are listening, that we actually want for now and future reference
reasonable,
responsible,
and achievable goals or regulations.
Obvious things, obvious completely. And as Liana pointed out, 100%. I don't know of a business that hasn't said that, or they haven't said it but agree with it. That they want regulations too. Well, the real businesses, not the bad.
No, nobody that I know of has said that there shouldn't be sort of safety and manufacturing standards, which there needs to be.
And
do they need to be ISO 10,000? No, they absolutely do not need to be ISO 10,000. They don't even need to be pharmaceutical grade lab standards.
I would prefer that, but it doesn't have to be. And I agree with apathy. Taxation
clean
should be normal, clean rooms, normal standard sales tax. That's it, nothing else. No tobacco taxes, no bullshit. Because if you get it, it will never go away and will always increase, and the consumer pays in the end, and so do the businesses. So that said, I've said it 1,000 times off my soapbox about the tax.
Yes, general manufacturing practices should be in place, or good manufacturing practices should be in place.
And Paul's a great reference for that.
No, because Paul shaved all of his body hair when he was making e-liquid.
Oh, okay. Well,
like
naked drop bear.
He was like, he buzzed it, like, you know, that's you know, going too far. Maybe. So now,
reasonable.
I see taxation as theft. I see taxation as theft in the chat from apathy.
Don't get my blood pressure up.
Not all taxation is theft. Taxation with a purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Taxation for a purpose is fine.
Mm-hmm.
We need to pay taxes to pay for the roads that we drive on, for the stop signs and the traffic signals, and, you know, the police and the fire department and all that stuff. You know, if they're going to charge a vape tax, then it should be written into the law of the vape tax that all of the taxes collected from the sale of vaping would go to some sort of health program. By and large, most taxes, for like tobacco taxes and alcohol taxes and all those taxes, do not go towards the purposes that they are advertised for.
No, see
tobacco taxes do not go for the public health. Right. If every tax dollar that was collected from the sales of cigarettes went specifically and only to health programs, we would have amazing public health programs.
But they're less than 5%, 99% of the places, right?
So, yeah. If they're going to add a sin tax to any product, that sin tax should be written right in the actual language. When they're negotiating the language for these taxes, for these tax bills, it should specifically go, this money will never touch the general fund.
Right.
Then we would see a lot of politicians back off.
Correct.
Because that's where they really want the money to go, to the general fund.
Right. And taxes do not deter enough. It's less than 2%. If I can think of what I'm thinking of a bookmark.
What are you thinking of? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, has smoking decreased 50% because of a tax? Ever?
No.
Anywhere?
Ever? No.
Never.
No.
That's what I'm talking about.
Absolutely not. Now, they will claim.
Yes, they will.
They will make all sorts of claims. Well,
it'll lower.
Sin taxes are what is responsible for the sharp decline in smoking in the United States. No, that's absolutely not true.
Might lower the smoking rates.
No, that they're taking credit for it. I've seen them take credit for it.
Yeah, that was a tweet during the week. The thing I'm trying to share, I'll just read it. Don't matter if it's shared or not.
Oh, well, give me a second here. I got to click a button.
Yeah, button clicker.
I'm a button clicker.
Literally, this goofball, Alex E. Kuligov, is part of the WHO.
I think he's blocked me.
He follows me. Look, he follows me right there. He follows me first. So bullying and taxing people who enjoy things others proclaim taxes on is profitable and fun to the moralistic twits who enjoy bullying and taxing people for their lifestyle choices. How'd I do? Because he wanted to know, what can Brazil learn from the European tax for soda? Now, I went through that article and it was like, well, it doesn't really lower consumption, but it hurts the manufacturer. You're full of shit. It doesn't lower consumption. The whole point of that is to sin tax somebody from doing what they're doing because you didn't like it. Well, fuck off. So tax without purpose is just fucking tax. That's all it is. Period. And you can laugh.
No, I'm laughing at the Twitter responses to the NASCAR statements during our show. We've gotten more comments on the show about NASCAR and racing.
Hashtag NASCAR, and then we can get some more viewers.
Hamish and David are both pro road race or whatever, rice burner racers. I don't know what this kind of racer cars are called. These are fat. These like drift cars, I think, is what these are. But apparently that particular car that I showed is the Ripe Vapes sponsored Subaru, and it was the fastest 4x4 race car. It's because it's a Subaru in America at over 200 miles per hour. Drift racing car.
I forgot. Ed might still be here too. Yeah, so taxes on things that they don't like just gives them more income. That's all it is. It's all bullshit. We all know it's all bullshit. Did taxes ever stop you once from smoking?
No.
I don't say eating.
It actually stopped me from eating because I wouldn't eat because I only had enough money to eat or smoke. And
I'll get a generic freaking soda pop before I'll ever not have a cigarette.
It's sort of amazing to me how I got this big.
Well, it's your shirt.
When I was skipping meals all the time.
Yeah.
I love this shirt. I don't know why everybody's picking on my.
I like it. So the taxes,
Shining inspired, or it's actually Stanley Kubrick, Shining inspired plaid T-shirt.
Never made.
See, I can't do the Dixon flannel shirts. I have 2 of them, but I can't do them. It's too damn hot in South Texas. And when you find a T-shirt, because this is a T-shirt that has a flannel pattern on it, I want to be cool like Nick.
I think those should be taxed higher.
What, these T-shirts?
Yes.
Well, it came from the Dominican Republic. They shipped it to me from the Dominican Republic, and it took like 10 days.
There should be a higher import tax. Then.
My cigars from the Dominican Republic used to get here faster.
So when you're being taxed and everybody votes, I forget who said it. Higher taxes support people stopping smoking made me think these people want to stigmatize people who are overweight, so they want a sugar tax. People don't like people that smoke, so they want a smoking tax. These people don't smoke, and they want you to pay more, or vape, or eat sugar, or drink soda pop. Yeah, drink.
Sad.
I know. What are you going to do with me? It doesn't matter.
Sad.
Sport that flag.
I can't believe that this kid got life imprisonment for killing somebody.
Well, allegedly, he was coming after a vape. It could have been a tainted vape.
No, he was the seller.
Oh, he was a seller. That's right.
He was the seller. The buyer that died tried to grab and run without paying, and he pulled his gun out and shot him.
In front of the parent.
In front of his mommy. Like he killed somebody right. What's that song? Mama just killed a man, put a gun against, Yeah, he did Bohemian Rhapsody right there in the park.
I apologize to all the viewers for that. Please send all your comments, questions, and concerns to Patrick.
Mama, ooh.
That's right. Now you got that one in my head. Mana. Do.
Well, we did Mana before we even went live.
He was more interested in Kermie coming.
Yeah, well, that was during the Mana. Like the Mana guy runs through the thing and he comes up behind Kermie and he goes Mana, and then runs.
We've bored Logan now. He's going to sleep.
He's sacked out now.
He's out now.
No, what we used to do back in the vaping militia days is we would send that video or post that video on our Facebooks and tag members, and then they would all get mad and start messaging each other. That song's stuck in my head again.
Yeah, it's a song bomb. That's what it's called. Hashtag song bomb. Did you complete your mission on my messages? Is that all of them?
I think I've completed. We did all of these. We did the wiener dog first.
All right, so we could have elaborated on the Dr. Gilchrist one, who I'd love to have on the show. I don't think she would, but
I don't think PMI would allow her to come on my show.
Right.
No, we already elaborated. We went all the way to Dr. Farsalinos on that one.
Oh, that's right. And
we even went to the PDF file and read the PDF file.
Yeah. So if you like notifications,
is your dementia kicking in that bad that you forgot what we did 20 minutes ago?
Only on Fridays. Camilla Anderson
Drink
I
more
tagged
coffee.
you on. I love coffee. There was a thread a while back, and I can't find it momentarily, but she put another one in, and this thing has just killed my notifications.
Bye, Addie.
Which is good. I have a question for those of you who used to smoke. How many times did you try to quit smoking? What things did you try? Were family and friends who also smoke supportive of you trying to quit? So this lady put out, and I think we highlighted this with the Billion Lives, I think was in the middle of it. And she had watched You Don't Know Nicotine.
I have reached out to her, James, like 2 years ago when I was at the VTA conference and she was there. Sorry.
I know that name.
She's a professor that does a really good presentation on marketing. It's pretty good. It's like the Reefer Madness stuff. It's pretty good.
Okay. So for those of you in Twitter world, and you all should be, if you're not, you should be. Did I say you should be?
You should.
I'm gonna link her question. I'll try to find before the show is over the other one. But she is a consumer who doesn't vape, doesn't smoke, has no understanding of either. And this question she asked, multiple question, has, I don't know how many responses are in it, but there's quite a bit of conversation with what we'll call him an outsider that didn't smoke, doesn't vape, has no idea, and is asking questions and listening. And I've highlighted her tweets.
Yes, and you invited her to come on the show. I saw that on Twitter.
You're welcome. Yes. She did one in 2020 about You Don't Know Nicotine because she saw it and she had a different understanding of a lot of things that were in the film. And then, from OSU, pay attention, Patrick.
I'm on Twitter.
No, I mean from James saying another from OSU. So Camilla, if I'm saying her name wrong, I did invite her to the show without asking you because I think she would be an interesting person to talk to. And
I would like to have people to talk to.
Skip and she should both have their own freaking show because I think she said, my friend, she's amazing. I'm assuming she's talking about her. This person is talking to us and with us, not like, well, I don't get that. She's asking questions. She's asking, and at first you can think years ago, at least, maybe not so much now, well, who is this person really? It might be somebody else. It might be a front for who they really are. It could be, Chapman for all we know. But Janine.
He still hasn't banned me.
She's for you bastard. I don't even like you. Janine said, I find Camilla refreshing. She's literally trying to learn. Yes. So, and yes, Skip, I'm trying to be nice. She called Charles the smart one, I think, and me the funny one. Little does she know. But I'm not being rude to her to begin with. It wasn't, a thing. I highlighted her first tweet because of the You Don't Know Nicotine thing, because it was probably 10 or 15 tweets in a row that she took the time to go, you know what? There's way more to this than people are telling us. And now she's doing the same thing with research.
It was the antifreeze thing. It was the antifreeze. She made a comment about antifreeze being in vaping, and Norbert explained, well, exactly. That's partially true because yes, correct. PG has been used as a basis for antifreeze.
Yes.
Because it's non-toxic, and there were, and I remember this. There were a rash of pet deaths because dogs were getting into the garage and drinking and like biting into the antifreeze bottles and dying because antifreeze is naturally sweet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't suggest that you go out and stick your finger in the bottle and taste it, but yes. Antifreeze is generally pretty sweet. So dogs would die. Lots of pets were dying. So the antifreeze manufacturers decided to go with a non-toxic alternative. So the reason why PG is being used as an ingredient in antifreeze and removing the poisonous toxic element was because they didn't want doggies to be dying anymore.
Right.
So if it's safe for doggy, then it's safe for you.
Correct. So her line of questioning is refreshing, because what public health should be doing, this person, just as far as I can tell, it's on her own, is just asking questions. And Norbert is giving correct answers. We're not trying to bullshit anybody. I don't want to bullshit anybody.
She understood when it was explained.
Right.
She understood. She said, that's the thing, is we're not getting, they're giving us parts of the truth. They're not lying.
That's the tweet I was looking for, actually. Yeah.
They're not lying, but they're not giving us the full truth. They're not explaining it. They're not putting it into context. So when you say, when they say, well, they're vaping antifreeze, that's actually not true. Or that's actually not false. That's true. But the reason it is true is because PG was instituted as a replacement for toxic elements of antifreeze so that it would be safer.
Correct. Safer.
So I'm gonna go get a refresh. While I'm getting a refresh, I'm gonna share this. I want you to talk about this for a minute while I'm gone.
Fine. I can't click it though. You bastard. So Aaron.
Why am I a bastard?
Because I can't scroll it. I can't click on it. I can't do shit.
Well, you don't really need to click on anything. Explain what it is. I'll be right back.
This is why we don't like you.
I got to go get drink. I ran out of drink. So Aaron did a video for Vida about Canada.
Correct.
And it got so many views that he decided to make a series of videos.
Yes.
For Vida to follow up on that Canada piece.
Hold on.
So he's asking for people here. I'll just do this for you before I go. I'll click on this.
Are you going to click on the link?
Yes.
Okay, that's where I was going to go, so that's fine. That's
okay. It's like 3 minutes. You just have to be there for 3 minutes.
No, I ain't worried about that. I can't scroll down and do this at the same time.
You can't scroll down anywhere. There's nothing to scroll down over here.
So I got to give them the link so they can do that. So that's what I was trying to do at the same time.
You can do that.
So, no, I can't because my screens aren't fast enough. This is the link that Aaron talks about in his tweet.
Here, I'm just going to...
You can mute it. Go away. Did he go away? Good. He needs to go away and get a drink. So Vida voices a future crafted through storytelling. Who better to do that than Aaron? We believe a high quality, thoughtful stories can impact the world. Unfortunately, too often in our world, those with power are the ones with the loudest voices, which I just talked about with Camilla. She's being confused. Using money and influence, Bloomberg, they can control the public discourse while millions of voices are drowned out. That's us. Our team has fought against that notion through documentary work, but there's only so much a single film can do, which is why we need to create a new way to shine light on wide-reaching societal issues and amplify those voices who need it the most. We call it Vida Voices. So I came into a Vida video a while back, and I thought, boy, that looks like Aaron's kind of work, and I wasn't sure. I really wasn't at the time. So to fill the void here, we call it Vida Voices. Through crowdfunding efforts, Vida Voices will craft and amplify stories often overlooked societal issues by connecting unheard voices with filmmakers, storytellers looking for meaningful paid work. So that's a good thing as well. With expertise from our team and our network of various filmmakers and storytellers, we plan to produce 12 mini documentaries ranging in length from 7 to 10 minutes, covering a myriad of overlooked societal issues like tobacco harm reduction, dyslexia, and much more. Maybe Alzheimer's. You never know. Each production will also include a focus group portion where those with a deep understanding of a specific topic will be asked to review a draft of the piece. We'll ask those individuals to provide overall feedback on authenticity and potential impact before releasing the final report to the public. We believe in a future crafted through storytelling and are thrilled to craft it together. And that's the end of that part. If Patrick is back, I can't see him.
I'm back.
Okay, shush. So if anybody saw A Billion Lives, I did. I was in, where was I? Milwaukee. And I was looking at it as if I didn't know a thing. And I knew enough to be dangerous at the time in 2016. Had a great time, met a few people that I really, really, really love and adore. And missed meeting a whole bunch more. I met Dave there. I met Greg for 10 seconds and a few others.
He said, I'm vaping it on Twitter. And he goes, yeah. And he walked away.
Yeah. And he walked away pretty much. That was the whole conversation with Greg. Dave thought I would be taller because I'm so much taller than my wife in the photo. And I watched a film done differently from any film I'd seen with A Billion Lives, with the panning and all that. I don't watch a whole lot of films to begin with. So I'm behind the times.
Aaron has a particular style.
Right. And then when I saw Don't Know Nicotine, You Don't Know Nicotine, and Skip, I didn't even know you were there. I met Chris Hughes there too, actually. And I met Julie there as well.
That's a bunch of crazy right there.
I was dropping off and there they were. They're all standing out front waiting on her. So anyway, she wanted to walk. And I said, there ain't no damn way. You're walking your ass over there. It's 5 blocks and that's a long way. And I don't know where you are. You're getting in the car. So she got in the car. With his filmmaking and his storytelling, like a song, it draws you in, or should draw you in if you're paying attention at all. Even if you know the subject, it was the same thing with You Don't Know Nicotine. It's COVID. We're all in little cars like a drive-in, but I had to watch the film for what it had. And I didn't get to see that one twice. Billion Lives, I got a copy, pretty quick after. This one we're waiting on the DVD because I want to watch it again and again and again. So I'm going to support Aaron in this Vita Voices. They've done some things. If you go to Vita Voices on YouTube, I believe they're already rolling.
Well, I mean, they have their entire library from their previous channel on there too, and they've done some amazing videos. I mean, they focused on areas that we've ignored, like Central and South America. They did an entire series of videos going down and showing, vapors in Mexico and Colombia and Brazil, how they're working together down there. Because, America is a big fucking place.
Yep.
And we sort of only look at what's going on in our neck of the woods. And those smaller countries are big as, some of our states are as big as some of those countries. Obviously, I'm not even talking about Texas. Some of them are not very big. And, they work hand in hand with each other, and they've got a pretty good network down there, and they get together and meet. They cross borders down there, to meet. And they've got some really amazing videos. And the one that Aaron did discussing the Canada situation that you alluded to earlier about the boy who had a seizure and they took him to the ER and they said it was because he was vaping and sent him home and then he died. That video is very powerful. And I tell everybody, I mean, I would show it on the show, but it's like 7 or 8, 10 minutes or whatever. It's not something that we can just, show. Plus I want people to go to Vita and watch it.
Look at it. Yeah, watch it.
I want you guys to be interested in what they're doing. Dom, I've reached out to Dom multiple times trying to get him on the show and just haven't had any luck. So, that would be a good, I know Skip Murray probably knows him, but it's just never worked out that we've been able to get him on the show. I reached out to Alex Norcia again this week. He will be coming on. We just got to set up a time.
Outstanding.
Everything's working out because he did a piece right before World Vape Day. That was pretty good. Your heater or air conditioner just kicked on.
Yeah. I'm putting on my blankie over the mic. I don't know if it'll help, but
Yeah.
can hear
Hey, there's
Logan
Big
snore.
Knowledge finally decided to talk about stuff.
What?
He showed up.
Put your chocolate down.
What can we cover in chocolate to offend Big Knowledge this week?
Okay. Patrick doesn't care.
What?
She's going to turn that light off. She's tired of you.
Fine. I like her better than I like you.
Well, I'm sure you do.
Oh,
I'm sure you
here's
would.
one. Here's one. Let me see. This one will.
Are you actually going after a chocolate thing?
This one will get Big Knowledge's gander.
It's a food group, first of all. As long as you know that and proceed from there, then everything will be okay. Otherwise, you might come up here and whip your ass.
One is just for Big Knowledge.
Oh, good Lord.
These are chocolate-covered cicadas.
Oh, chocolate porn. There you go. It is its own food group. You know that.
Chocolate-covered cicadas. Let's look at this one. That's an actual bug covered in chocolate.
I don't understand it.
I don't know why I feel like I need to taunt him.
It's like James in his underwear talking to us.
Oh, no. That's just... Damn it.
So, yeah. So, I do this.
You brought up James in his underwear, and now it's just like, there.
I know.
That's cruel.
So our friends over in the UK do this little paper, and I still do it on Wednesdays. So I'm the evil editor on Wednesdays. This is just for Friday that I just linked. Why are you shaking your head at me?
They'll publish anything.
Yeah, they'll publish it. No, they'll let me publish anything. So
they're responsible for your actions.
They're a group of wonderful people, and all we are news hounds. If I see an article, I throw it in there, and then it's decided on what's going to happen, whether it goes in or out of there. There's no real craziness that goes on. We don't even really discuss it most of the time. Sometimes we'll put some comments under, but generally you click, you throw it in there, and you're done. So Friday, today, the 4th.
Is it Friday or Friday?
Friday. It depends on where I'm from. So Clive Bates is at the beginning. Ethan Nadelman is next, talking about the EU TPD, nicotine pouches facing attacks. This is global stuff. ETHRA is in there. NNA is in there. New Nicotine Alliance. AVCA is in there, among other things. You guys should.
So these are not links, though, right?
No, that's what's there. And then when you go down, each one, that's the first one. Must restore confidence. You click on that, you go to that story. Ethan Nadelman, you go on that story. This is how they've done it since day one. So when you go back up to the top, after you go through that, once you're done, you can go either way. When you can subscribe here on the right, add your email address. They don't sell it. They don't care. They're not going to mess with you. And see the one above it where it says search here, pick a topic, harm reduction, nicotine, whatever you like. It doesn't matter, Patrick. Thank you. And then just see what pops up. It could be 5,000 of them for all I know. This is searchable. This is subscribable. This is free. These guys need more love, in my opinion. So you can go by date and see what you want to see, but you can probably almost any of our type of subjects, of course, find something you might want, need, or have missed since about 2015, I believe, is when they started. Might have been 2014. November of
2014.
Right. So there's two reasons for my love. One, they're great people. Two, there's Dr. F right there as an example. We throw tweets in there too on occasion. The idea that you guys have this global resource is kind of pretty huge to me.
It's almost like there's people all over the world that are vapors and that are just like us.
Exactly like us. Except for the actual evil editor. The evil editor is evil. But other than that, we see And Dr. Glover's been in there. You've been in there.
I've never been in there.
Yes, you have. Your show has been on there.
Really?
Of course it has.
I don't remember that.
Your show or the subject of the show.
Did you ever tell me about it?
No, I didn't like you enough to do that.
Oh, okay.
Look up. Well, I don't think your hashtag would show up, so I don't know if it would be a show title.
Let's see.
See if it's in there.
Let's
I'll see if I can find you.
I don't think so.
Well, there's two of them, and they're both me. So click on the 17th of March. Let's see what that says. And then just kind of...
Well, I saw something about schizophrenia. That could be me. That's actually not one of my diagnoses.
I think I put Dr. Glover's show in that too, so I'm not sure how it's worded.
Oh, there's my tweet.
Okay, so now your tweet's in there. At least you're in there somewhere.
It didn't happen though because we got one person to send us a submission, and they didn't even follow my instructions. They sent me a link to a blog that they wrote, and I asked specifically for a text. I didn't want any graphics. They sent me picture. That wasn't what I asked for.
Mm-hmm.
But not a single person, other than that person, even tried to send a submission. So that was a waste of my breath. Colin actually sent me a link to an already published thing, and I was like, no, I can't use something that. So yeah, it didn't work out for me.
Right. So you have
that hurt my feelings.
As an example, Planet of the Vapes, Dave Cross is very busy, man. He's a very busy person, believe me.
Mike McGrady, I know that guy.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go to the bottom just first. See, there you are again.
Look at my ugly face. Look at that.
You got to, I don't know. You got to show that off somehow. So go down to the bottom just for a second. You'll see hashtags once you get there. So you got Dr. Rodu, you've got Carl Phillips, Love and Hate the Man, Christopher Snowden, Clive Bates. Okay, mine is in there at the moment.
Guy Bentley.
If you want to click on somebody you like that you read and you thought, well, where's more of this? Then you can find theirs by clicking one of those, and it'll just go to their stuff that's listed in by date in their stuff.
Coat.
I love that, man. So
well, everybody knows you like Dick.
That's right. Whatever. So you can. Oh, it's back. It's back. Where's my drink sign? That's right. I like Dick. I've said it on Twitter. If you search it, it'll come up. I don't know where my drink sign is to drink. So those are other things that they do. So if you click on, I lost them all now. So Jim was on there. So if you click Jim's going to show up.
I clicked on Velvet Glove Iron Fist.
All right, that's even better. So all these have him in it somewhere. So you got to search. You got to search a little hard, but if you're looking for something specific and you know the title, then you'll find it.
Yeah.
But if you're just looking, if you look up nicotine back problems, I'll bet you it ain't in there, but you could try. So
it's possible.
Kudos to those guys since 2015 or 2014 rather, doing what they do. Names you probably know are actually in there, but it's a secret group. So we're news hounds from everywhere. So
no, Kevin.
Is that good? Is that good?
So when I left, I went and I put ice water in my cup.
Water.
What? So the water here where I live is really awful.
Mm-hmm.
So we bought one of these things called it's a zero water thing. It's supposed to remove all of the dissolved solids from the water. And it comes with a meter so that you can test your tap water to tell you how much dissolved solid is in your water. So when you test it pre going through the filter, our water here is at the worst, the highest volume in the United States. It's like 500 per whatever.
That's
500 parts per million.
Yeah.
So
rat hairs, whatever.
It's pretty bad. So we put it through the zero water filter, and it comes out to 0. But over time, that filter rapidly gets bad, and you have to throw away and put another $20 filter in. About 10 days, 7 to 10 days is all that filter lasts. So we figured out a way. So we take the filtered water from the refrigerator, which is about 300, still bad. Then we put it through a zero water pitcher, and it goes down to about 200. And then we put that through an even other, a different zero water thing to finally get it to 0. But yeah, it takes, but the water then comes out perfect.
Can I elaborate on this?
It's bad, dude.
No, so
when you
safe,
completely when you
safe.
Open the tap water and it smells like Clorox, it's bad.
So you got tap water, which is really bad, which is probably across the country except for Michigan, which is like shit water. Then you've got a filter. I know one name brand and it doesn't matter, but you got a filter and you got the cup and you got the fucking the big 2-liter or whatever it is of a pitcher, and you're still at 200. So it's safer, but it's not completely safe.
No.
So you go from tap water to the pitcher, and then what was the third? Is the third one
the refrigerator has a water
refrigerator?
Filter. The water dispenser on the refrigerator comes out at about
1, 2, 3.
$300, 300 parts per million or whatever.
So you're Flint. Thank you, Tom.
We're filtering the water essentially 3 times.
3 times to get
to 0
water. So I go from a cigarette, which I did enjoy, to this. No filter. Haha. So there's an example. Helmets aren't 100% safe. I'll bet you. So yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Our water actually here in Corpus, 4 times last year, they put us on a water ban where you weren't allowed. There was a period of time where it wasn't even safe to shower in it, because we have all of the refineries here, and one of the refineries had a failed backflow preventer in place, and a lot of chemicals they were afraid a lot of chemicals backed up into the system and could burn you.
Wow.
Could burn you. So they put us on a water notice, and you weren't even allowed to bathe for like 3 weeks in the tap water. So we had a water boil, and even then you're like, well, you're just boiling the chemicals and it's gonna evaporate into the air. So we just bottle watered everything until then. But the water system
don't tell you that. See, that's something they don't tell you. They sugarcoat it. They say, boil your water, it's safe to drink. But they don't tell you that everything's going into the air.
You're vaporizing it, and then you're going to inhale it.
Vapor form.
And if it's a toxic chemical, that's not good.
When I stopped smoking, I thought of a lot more things, a lot more ways. So let me ask you one more question about your filter. Is it saving you on your filter and making it last longer on the 0 part?
So we have 2. So we have a 0 water container that's like 2 gallons or 3 gallons. It's a huge thing. Yep. And then we bought a 0 water pitcher. So what we did was we filtered water through the filter. And when it started reading like 1, 2, like up to like 20, then we put that as the first stage filter and then put a new filter. So we're we're extending the longevity of one of the filters, because eventually when that filter starts to go down, because we test it daily, we'll put that one into stage 1 and throw stage 1 away and put a clean filter in stage 2.
Right. So you're practicing harm reduction with water.
Well, yeah, because my wife likes to drink water, and every once in a while I like to put ice in my beverage.
And you filter and you filter that too, right?
But I actually got in the mail some whiskey stones to put in the freezer, so then I won't even need ice anymore.
Right. I hear to those.
I got I got into one of these monthly box things, and they always send me whiskey stuff. Whiskey glasses, whiskey decanters.
It's like whiskey for Patrick.
It's like they know me or something.
It's like they've been checking your Google account.
And they're like, hey,
what is wrong with this bastard?
This guy's an alcoholic. Let's send him boozy stuff.
And Apathy said he uses a big zero water fridge cube thingy. So there you go.
Yeah. And the ice cubes, because I have a portable ice cube machine on the counter that makes ice constantly. And when you pour the water from the zero water filter into the water basin for the ice machine, the ice cubes come out completely transparent.
Oh, wow. Speaking of less harm, there was a tweet. I was a smartass. I know you're not going to believe this, but somebody, Smoke Free New Jersey, said, if Dave's still in the room, that there no longer will be smoking or vaping on New Jersey beaches. So bullshit part of the story is I Google air quality New Jersey. They're like the worst.
Oh yeah, no.
Air quality in the
vaping
country.
in public in Jersey has been illegal for like 4 years.
Right, I knew that. But you don't want to mess with the air pollution with your vape. They want pure air pollution to come into your lungs. That's what they want. No filter.
What?
Idiots.
So David Forsyth they're still talking about
NASCAR.
They're still talking about the race cars and the ripe vapes. I vape ripe vapes forever until I'm not advertising for them. I might have met them before, but their vanilla custard tobacco is pretty good. The strawberry vanilla custard tobacco is pretty good.
Pretty good. All right.
You wouldn't like them because it's not straight tobacco, but I dig. They have a clove cigarette that's okay. It's not perfect, but it's better than a lot of the cloves that I've tried. Not that we're advertising for anybody because we wouldn't want to get in trouble for that. But David Forsyth, who is a viewer of the show and friend of ours on Twitter, apparently it says here, don't let the tobacco that his stepsons are the owners and the mixologists at Right Vapes. I was not aware of that. Next time I am looking for sponsors, though, I'm going to hit David Forsyth up. David also has been known to write science fiction novels.
There you go. See,
I have reached out to him on multiple occasions to get him on the Geek Show when we have the Geek Show, because Phil and I would talk to him about science fiction stuff. But
Chris wants to know about what whiskey stones are. Why don't you explain that to him? Because we like
whiskey
him.
Stones are actual stones that are safe. You put them in the freezer, and when they get frozen, when they get cold, you put them in your glass, and you put your whiskey in there. And instead of like dissolving like ice does, and waters down your whiskey, it cools your whiskey without diluting your whiskey.
That's right.
Which is because we don't want to water down our booze. But I also have these gel glasses that you put in the freezer.
Yeah.
And then the gel freezes.
There's other forms.
These are not frozen right now, but the gel freezes, and that also keeps your whiskey cold.
Mom had, and I don't know for sure if it was Tupperware, but they had like little plastic, similar stone or whatever, plastic balls or whatever they were. Yeah. She threw them in there so it wouldn't water it down. Same thing.
Without showing the name brand, these are whiskey stones.
Yep.
And you just put them in the freezer, and they get really, really cold. And you put that in your glass to prevent your whiskey from diluting. Because I actually prefer my whiskey cold. I will put it in the freezer. That's why I bought the freezer that's beside my foot right now. I have a portable freezer right here under the desk. It was here for like 6 months, and my wife walked into the office one day, and she looked over here behind me, and there's the booze collection.
She's never been in the room.
Floor under my desk and saw the freezer, and she goes, "You have a drinking problem." I said, "I don't have a problem. I've accepted it."
With a freezer. It helps me. It helps me get through it. Oh my God. Patrick, Tupperware ice balls. Okay,
They had these little Tupperware containers. You put water in them, and then there was a little thing in the top, and then you pull it apart, and then your ice cube would be a round ball like this. But the problem is it dilutes.
Well, it's plastic and it sweats it. Right.
Yeah,
she had them anyway. Okay, at least I was verified. I didn't know if they were Tupperware. I assume they were. But harm reduction, Well,
we definitely want to reduce the harm to our whiskey
from water, right? We don't
want to be harmed by that water,
right? Exactly. It's harm reduction. That's always the topic. I did give in the middle of COVID, Skip like a side hug. I wanted to give her a real hug, but it's COVID.
So David has responded on Twitter already. That his son or his stepson made the clove specifically for him.
Damn.
And that he would be happy to be on the show. And I'm assuming the sci-fi show. But he could come on the harm reduction vaping show too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, if we tell them they have to have all electric cars for NASCAR, that'll keep them going for another hour.
That's a sci-fi thing. They have to be solar-powered race cars.
I've never been.
Makes me think of a movie. Yeah. This is to go on the side. I think it was Lee Majors.
Oh boy,
was a race car driver, and then there was an end of the world type situation. There was no gas anymore, and he had raced across. He was running from the government or whatever in his race car, and I can't remember the name of that movie. It's from like the 80s. I'll think of it in a minute.
I'm not old enough to remember that one.
Oh, now I've got to Google it.
Good. Google it.
I'll Google it. Talk about something else while I'm Googling.
So no conflict of interest from anybody ever anymore, no matter what, except for political nonprofit front groups posing as public health.
Of course.
Paul, have you ever actually gotten back up? Just curious. All liquor is kept in my freezer, said Tom. Tom was a fun guest, by the way.
Tom, we always have fun guests.
If we haven't said that lately, we've had a crap load of guests.
That's the name of the movie. I already found it. The Last Chase.
Nope. Doesn't ring a bell. I must have been starting to get high by then. I don't remember that. What year is it?
This is 1981.
Yep, that's about the time. I was out of football and into smoking pot. That's what I was going after. So
The Last Chase. I've got to see if this is available on DVD.
All right.
Or Blu-ray.
Solar powered.
It wasn't a solar powered car. It was a gas shortage or whatever, but he raced across America. He was running from the dystopian bad guy, authoritarian government, and he was in a race car.
I'm just thinking solar powered NASCAR is a strange way to.
Well, I mean, you think about it, Americans, part of our mystique, part of our thing is like souping stuff up. And if we told a whole bunch of rednecks they had to figure out a way to make a 200 mile an hour solar car that could go 500 miles, they would say, "Hold my beer."
Well, yeah,
and start looking at ways to do it. So,
well, it should increase the speed automatically because of the weight that they are going to.
Right, but they also have to be able to safely go around in circles.
Oh no, you don't.
Without hydroplaning and smashing into the you got to figure out the camber and the weight distribution so that the car does the handles properly.
Wrong. They're looking for wrecks. Come on. Oh wait a minute, that's what I do.
No. They stopped really liking the wrecks when Dale Earnhardt Sr. died. Yeah. They started making everybody wear hands devices and all sorts of safety equipments, and You know, when I was a kid, you know, my dad was a huge NASCAR guy. And speaking of harm reduction, and you know, those guys, you know, you'd be driving, you know, they'd be showing them drive around in circles, and the cameraman would get down at track level and show the guys during the like yellow flag laps and stuff, and you'd see guys like with cigarettes hanging out of their mouth while they're slowing down, going around in circles during the yellow flag. They can stop and take a smoke break.
It's a smoke break. What's wrong with that?
I mean, they were the Winston Cup at one time. So
exactly.
You know.
So there you go. Until they were bullied not to be.
Then they were the Sprint Cup. Now they're the Sprint Cup.
I need to find the person who smoked because it was named or they saw the brand on the side of the vehicle. That's why they started, and that's why they continued to.
Well, they did give out incentives and things like that at the racetrack.
Yeah, I know that. Send you shit in the mail, you know. Mine was all Marlboro and Durrell.
Well, because you were poor. I get it.
Yep.
Hey, Amazon actually what?
You're still looking for that friggin' movie.
Amazon has a copy of the DVD for $899.
Oh my god! Now, if you buy that, and I encourage you to do so, I want you to let me know the exact moment. I want you to go live on Facebook when your wife finds out. I don't care what you spend. I just want to see. I just want to see your
Apparently,
reaction.
it's a collector's item.
That's fine. And you need it. I think you need it.
I don't need it that badly. I'm sure somebody will tell me where there's a torrent.
and then I can try to talk her down from her furor. Talk to her.
There will be no furor. I will just disappear if I spent $900 on a DVD. Yeah.
About hitting you less, so you're not as hurt. So it's a form of harm reduction. I'm going to try to practice and let her be the star. Hi, honey. Look what I got today. How much was that?
There went that dream of seeing that movie again.
Skip said, I need positive statements from experts to do a page
like the one from orgs.
No kidding. Yeah.
What orgs? What statements? Who's an expert? What qualifies us as somebody as an expert?
So let's back up to Vida for a second, Patrick.
Vida.
If you don't mind.
Vida.
If you don't mind, I don't mind. I would love to have you look into my brain for a minute.
What brain?
Janice said there's nothing there, just so everybody knows in the audience.
She and I agree.
You agree. You and Patrick might actually get along. So, I don't think you'll like him, but that's up to you. I don't care. So for years, I've said we need a major media voice. And besides us,
Brent and Dimitri and Tiny Lips, they worked on. They got the whole project. They did everything. Nobody would work on it. Nobody wanted to help out doing a social media, public awareness program
campaign,
unless they could brand it with put their logo on it.
With their logo, yeah. So you can use my name if you like.
The purpose of promoting the entire technology and spreading information when you want to turn it into a commercial for your business.
Correct. Without question, it's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
Yes.
And it's been offered on other things too as well. So when Vida has a voice, and there's Dr. Glover.
We've had her on, and we've had her on, and we've had her on.
We're waiting on him.
Is that
Clive?
That's Clive.
That is Clive. Okay.
Clive's been playing coy.
Yeah, that's okay.
We've had this guy on. We've had Aaron on.
He's busy.
Hey, we've talked about this guy a lot.
Mm-hmm. Is that Ray?
That is Ray.
That's Ray.
So we've done a lot of Australia. This is an entire country that we've worked on pretty excessively.
So they're going to talk about other things. It said so. Alzheimer's is in my head. It may be diabetes. It may be anything. It could be anything that we're not as familiar with, but not against, I'm sure. So those people need voices.
I am against Alzheimer's.
Well, I'm against it. That doesn't mean what I mean it means, but that's okay. So
you said,
you know what I mean. I know you know that I know you know what I mean. I did my thesis on vaping. Does that count as an expert? Yes. Unequivocally. Yes.
Who did a thesis?
Our girlfriend.
Chugga.
Yeah.
Mistress Chugga.
Because she's documented and already got her diploma, and
she's got her master's degree, and she will be Dr. Chugga within the next 18 months.
Rolling. Undoing brainwashing. So if there's an independent, although he's not really, he is independent.
Who is?
Aaron, as a journalist, in my opinion. Pretty sure of it.
I'm sure that if he found something that was negative, that he would tell everybody.
That's why I'm sure of it.
I don't think he would couch his coverage to lie.
No. I actually had a private discussion with him before the no nicotine thing, and I wanted him to tell me everything. I don't care if it's good or bad, just like with anything else. Nicotine on its own. Vaping is as well. We look harder than people who think they know everything do. Look for the shit. They make things up like back problems. So we don't need to make anything up. We need to know the truth. We need to tell the truth. That's it. So with the Vita thing and the media thing, you've had who's the female doctor in New York? I can't think of her name. Sally. Wow, I can't remember her name.
Sally Sattel.
Dr. Sattel, Dr. Siegel, Dr. Rodeau. These people are kind of on the edge to begin with, so they're not listened to as well like Dr. Siegel was with Glantz, believe it or not. So they're seen and they're just shunned. They're not put out, they're just shunned or ignored. We've had Forbes himself. I think it's 3 videos now he's done. 3 pieces.
2 or 3.
Three fucking pieces, and they got 100 tweets, 100 retweets. Where are all my people? I don't know where they are. I don't know. So anything. I got on Blasting News. It said, we'll pay you to write. Okay. So I tried. Well, I got to spam all the groups to get you guys to read it. And I made, $30 over the year or so that I did it. It wasn't worth it. But I thought, well, this is an up and coming. I shook my head like, you guys won't even share this. It doesn't even matter. So present company excluded. Your friends, your family, everybody. Tell everybody. Undo Bloomberg brainwashing. I actually have to look at that to read it. It's a decent hashtag. So Leanna thought of that. I love it. Even if I'm the only one using it after her.
Yeah, I mean, after, I've been on Twitter since 2012.
Mm-hmm.
If I was on Twitter just for hearts and retweets, I would have quit a long time ago.
Yeah, me too.
And
Skip, you're right.
When some of, I look at some of my tweets and I'm like, this is a damn good tweet. How comes it only got 3 likes?
Oh, me
How
too.
How comes it only got 2 retweets?
Me too.
Skip, and I'm like, why? Is it because I don't have neck tattoos and a flat billed cap?
Skip made a good point. People are burnt out, given up, and moved on. There was a tweet from 2018 or 19 that Johnny, Dr. Johnny, the harmless guy, he put 15 or 20 Twitter handles on, and it's to follow others if you're not following them. And then those people hit like and retweet. And I think there were 4 or 5 that are gone. They're no longer there, or they've got a different handle possibly. But I saw that and I thought, man, there's at least 3 or 4 or 5 of them, you know. So if you have to take a break, and I saw somebody say that today, I think it was, take a break.
Yeah.
Period.
I took a break. I took a break from Facebook.
I've done it.
I'm never going back to Facebook. Well, I mean, I'm on Facebook, but I'm not going to go out of my way to post on Facebook anymore.
No, because you're first, your family's first, and then come back. In my instances that I've done it, I'm so mad that I'm just going to tweet something really stupid, and I don't want that. So it's kind of harm reduction on its own. Like,
Twitter is fine. I can be on Twitter for a few seconds. I can make my point, get the hell off, and go. I don't have to read all of the douchebaggery that I see on Facebook. There's some douchebaggery on Twitter, but it's easier to ignore because it's shorter and it's localized. Whereas the douchebaggery on Facebook seems to be every fucking where. It's just like I'm somebody's posting something about pride.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, good for you guys. You get, I support you having an entire month to celebrate whatever it is that you want to celebrate, whether you are gay or you're bi or trans or whatever. Good for you. Like, I have no problems with what people do in the bed at all, or on the floor, or in the kitchen, or on the bathroom floor, or whatever. I just don't care. And some of those places are very fun. Not the shower though; it's very slippery. You can't get your balance in there. But I see dumbasses just posting garbage. And I'm just like, if something bothers you, go away, step away.
Yeah.
You know how easy it is to X out of a Facebook post. Just hit the back arrow. Get out of there. You don't have to go in there and get venomous and spread bile and just be an anti-human. So yeah, I mean,
my theory is this:
just keep on going.
How does that, what I'm looking at, affect me? And then I think it doesn't, and then I scroll on by. That's why you and Demetrius make my hair singe sometimes when you tell me stuff. Like, what? Because I scroll on by. I can't help myself.
I see. I don't know if it's just because of the fact that the pandemic thing has been happening and everybody has much more time at home over the past year and a half, and they've been out of work and they've just been sitting there.
Well, they got their Facebook attorney degrees.
The food post will continue. I mean, that's really the only thing that I'm doing on Facebook now is sharing pictures of food. That will go on. That is the only use I have for Facebook. So now I know that A Bastard is following my Facebook page. So that gets to thin down the herd of who A Bastard is.
Someday I'll know. Eventually.
Someday we'll figure this out.
And it doesn't matter.
But yeah, like, just fucking go. Just keep moving. Just move your thumb over the screen like this. And you don't have to look at the thing that bothers you. And the person that does the thing that you don't like doesn't have to be pissed off that you've said something nasty on their Facebook post. By and large, I just see people just being ugly to each other.
Stop.
And it's not just a vaping thing. It's an everybody thing,
Stop being ugly.
I'm playing like a Star Trek online game on my phone, and you have a chat bubble in there where you can chat with other people that are playing the game, and I'm seeing somebody have an argument over fucking COVID vaccine in the middle of this Star Trek game, and I'm just like,
why?
I just want to blast things with my spaceship. Go away. Why do you have?
It's like me coming to watch a sci-fi film with you, and then you sitting next to me and telling me everything.
Oh,
It's annoying.
My wife talks throughout movies. We don't go to the theater anymore because all she does is sits there for 2.5 hours and then she'll go, "Who is that guy on the screen?" I'm like, "That's the main character. He's been on the screen for 2.5 hours, and you're just now asking me who it is."
This is a conversation I've probably never heard. Honey, would you like to go to the movies? That's your wife. You, fuck no, never again.
I haven't been to the movies since like Thor 1, like 12 years ago.
Oh my goodness.
That was my wife. Like, during the day when she's working and I'm off, I might sneak off to the movies by myself.
Yeah. It's harm reduction, right?
She falls asleep in the middle of the damn movie anyway.
That's okay.
Every time.
It's all right. You love her. It's okay. You love her. She puts up with you. It's a
It costs us like $50 to go to the movies, man. I just wait till now that we've got all the streaming things, you can just watch it at home.
She needs her sleep, obviously.
She's asleep right now.
Keep you happy.
She came home from work and ate pizza and went to sleep.
It's probably exhausting trying to deal with you at all. So I understand. I've tried not to fall asleep here a few times. That's why I click off. It happens. I know.
Today, Kevin, I wasted half of my day.
What'd you do that for?
Well, during the pandemic,
the
governor of Texas put a hold on car inspections and car registrations. Because you have to get your car inspected before you can get your car tagged. The little sticker in the window. Yeah. So my car's expired and he just now reinstated. So I went
out of the blue.
Well, they gave, they said we're going to reinstate. We're going to reinstate on X day. So I went to go get my car inspected last week, and the guy goes, "Your car doesn't pass inspection." And I said, "Why?" He said, "Well, your power steering's leaking, and your light bulbs on your license plate in the back are not working, and your main drive belt." And I was raised by a mechanic, and my brother is a mechanic. Your main drive belt is glazing.
Yeah.
Which is a term I've never heard before.
Okay.
So he says, I already knew that the power steering was leaking, and I had already purchased the power steering hose, which if I buy it from them, if I let them do it, they're going to charge me $180 for one hose. That's not to replace the hose. That's the part cost.
You're getting hosed, all right.
So I already ordered the hose. I paid $35 for the hose, and I had the parts. He said, "Well, I made an appointment to go today."
Yeah.
I went. I was there from 8 o'clock until after 12. The guy comes in. I'm sitting in the waiting room. He goes, "What car are you here for?" And I said that little orange hatchback over there, and he said, "Oh, we can't fix that." And I said, "What do you mean you can't fix that?" Our mechanic can't get in there to unhook the hose. It's in a very tight place, and we'd have to drop the frame and do all this blah blah blah. And I'm like, last week when I was here and he told me what was wrong with it, he didn't tell me then that he couldn't do it.
No indication. Huh.
No, the mechanic that told me that it was off today. So he says, "You're going to have to take it to a different shop."
Wow.
So I tried 3 different shops. One shop wouldn't do it because I had bought the parts already.
Mm-hmm. No markup.
They didn't want to do it because the guy's like, "Well, we can't warranty your parts." I'm like, "The parts are going to be warranted from the people I bought them from."
Yep.
I said, "The car's 12 years old. It's 120,000 miles on it. I'm not putting $1,000 in this to get fixed,
no matter how much you try."
So then I got to the third guy who I have dealt with before, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we can fix it, no problem." And I was like, "The guy over there said that he said we know how to do the high pressure lines for power steering. No problem. It'll take us about 2.5, 3 hours to do all the stuff. But we're booked up until Monday the 14th. You have to come in Monday the 14th. I said, fine.
Fine.
I was like, motherfucker, I sat here for 4 hours and you... I'm sorry I said motherfucker.
That's a drink word.
I know, right? And I'm almost out of water again.
Nothing wrong with drink words. Where am I? Here we are.
I said, I've been here for 4 fucking hours and you couldn't tell me that you couldn't fix the damn car?
I'm giving it emphasis. Didn't know I knew 3-syllable words, did you?
I was like, motherfucker.
I was told about 2 months ago, I'm a trailer. Though I don't have a tow bar. So I went to the U-Haul and they said, yeah, come on out here. We can't put a tow bar underneath this. It's too rusty. Because I'm in Ohio.
Yeah.
So I said, well, I went to this place up here to look at a trailer. And he told me, I said, no, let me rephrase. If I come in here and stick a ball on my bumper, will I be able to rent a U-Haul trailer? He said, yeah, why? Yeah, because the guy at the trailer place said that's illegal. How the fuck is that illegal? It's been done for 100 years from the bumper. It's got a 3,500 pound, if anybody's paying attention and knows better, 3,500 pound toe or 5,000 pound toe. It's 500 pound tongue weight. And he said, yeah, the guy's nuts. Just stick a ball on there. We'll rent you a U-Haul all you want to. I said, thank you very kindly. Why do they have to lie?
I don't know. My car, I mean, the new cars have that little U-hook on the back.
Yep.
That goes right into the frame. As long as it's not all rusted through. But we have car inspections here still. So they...
Oh, I can rust mine to death. Yeah.
And we, in some states, they don't inspect your cars.
I could drive like this and they won't care.
Some cars don't have state inspection anymore. We don't have inspection stickers anymore. It's all computerized. If you have the registration sticker, it's all in one now. You go and get your car inspected and it's immediately uploaded into the computer at the state, and then you can get your registration sticker.
You can get in Massachusetts, when I lived there, Taxachusetts, for those who know. You can go to the DMV, you can show proof of insurance, cancel it the next day, and then drive for the year unless you're caught.
Yeah.
But you cannot drive without an inspection sticker.
No.
Because you can almost go to jail. That's how crazy they are.
Yeah.
And I'm
if you
assuming
get pulled over here, if you get pulled over here without a proof of insurance,
you're done.
They will take your car on the spot.
Yeah. They can here, but they're very, very lenient for some crazy fucking reason. I don't know.
They would actually
they
would penalize me more for no insurance than they would for driving an unregistered vehicle.
Mm-hmm. They should. Yeah.
Like with an expired tag.
It's voluntarily.
They'll give you like a 30-day warning.
Yeah.
If they pull you over and your tag's expired, they'll just give you a warning. Here's your written notice. If you get your registration fixed in the next 30 days, just tear this up. No worries.
Yeah. Ohio's insurance law is you have to have insurance, like pretty much, I'm assuming everywhere now. So you have insurance.
I think that's pretty much everywhere in the world or anywhere in the country. You have to have car insurance. At least liability.
I'm insured. I have underinsured and uninsured motorist. Well, if it's
I have comprehensive coverage on my cars.
If it's law that you have to have insurance, why do I have to have uninsured motorist? So there you go. I've asked the state that twice because they've sent me a little letter showing.
Because there's assholes out there that don't have insurance, and then when you're in an accident, and you have uninsured motorist, and that guy over there doesn't have insurance, and he totals your car, you can't sue anybody, or you could, but you're not going to get anything. Yep. So at least if you have under or no insurance, then you're at least you're insured.
Insurance is harm reduction.
And then obviously, I mean, if you want to get into that, then they have limited tort, and all sorts of stuff. When it comes to how much you can actually get. if you're injured in a car accident and stuff. I mean, everybody's protected, but the actual people.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Crazy talk. So we're not done. We got more to do. Not giving up.
See, David Forsyth said that he was checking out for the night.
Yeah.
That he never watches our show, and he watched tonight, and it was highly enjoyable. And
awesome.
Then he said, "Thanks for all the shout outs."
Sweet.
Yeah, he says, "I don't usually watch this, but it was fun. Thanks for the shout outs."
Good. There's a lot of good people on Twitter.
A new satisfied customer.
That's all we want. I need one more person to know.
I don't want anybody going around saying I didn't satisfy.
You just want them to refer to me if they weren't satisfied, is what you're saying.
Yes.
That's why you have me. That's what I'm for.
And then Hamish tweeted Kermit the Frog.
Hamish. He tweeted the frog? What?
He tweeted the video of Kermit the Frog.
The mana.
As a Kermit playing the banjo as a comment on our show. People are actually commenting now on Twitter, which so now I have to pay attention to the chat rooms.
Yeah. And
the Twitters.
And my incessant nonsense. But you are a busy guy.
I know, right?
Man.
So Yale Stevens, who's been on the show.
Yep. 120 something days now.
122 days. 06 8 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. So what happened between 1:30 and 8 a.m. the next morning? Anyway, he's down 24 cigarettes per day. That's his consecutive cig-free days. He's on day 67 of no cigarettes. No, absolutely nothing of substance or indeed interest to report. For once, that's a very good thing. That is the latest of the Yale Stevens journey.
Another fun friend of the show.
Yes, he's been on the show. He's absolutely a fun person to talk to. And interesting, and nobody told him to start using daily tweeting his progress as a non-smoker, and as a vapor. So it's awesome that
I found that accidentally. I don't remember even what made it cross my. I think somebody retweeted it.
Somebody that we know retweeted him, and we're like, "Oh, this guy's awesome. Let's follow that guy."
And that's how I found. I forgot her name already. Kalini? I forgot. The person I asked to come on. I forget her name.
That person.
I have to look at my.
Oh man, that's sad.
Camilla
Parker Bowles? No, that's
no
Prince Charles's mistress. Her name was
now
Camilla.
it went away. Now it went away already. So Camilla, anyway, I did invite her to the show. I did tag you on purpose, and hopefully she will. I told her we were chuckleheads.
Yes,
but I told her Dr. Glover and
Camilla Anderson.
Okay, and I apologize for screwing up her name. I told her that both Dr. Gardner, which she's conversing with, and Dr. Glover, who I wasn't sure if she was or not.
Yes,
I didn't see any. I'm assuming she might have been in there. To give her reference for us actually being normal once in a great while. So, there you go. That's what it is.
So here,
I mean that.
This is the threads.
Yeah, that's the original. No, that's not the original either. That's the one I'm talking about though tonight.
Yes. So that was the thread.
Yeah.
That everything rolled off of.
Yeah, and she will jump tweets on you sometimes, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It is a weird thing that she stole my.
Well, somebody else retweeted this the other day, and then I think that reinvigorated the geniuses. Now, see, you have all these geniuses on. Well, not geniuses because Barack
I'm not on there.
And John Lennon and Bill Clinton are on here, and I would debate their genius.
I tried to be as equally abusive as I could.
The rest of these guys are pretty much genius.
And that's your opinion.
No,
It doesn't matter.
Geniuses. We all know each other, and
Mensa. So I made this quite a while back because of the brain damage thing, obviously. So I used Einstein at first, and Dr. for my Aussie friends, Wodak, used that graphic, and that was like a pat on my back, and I appreciated it. So anyway, there's my pal Jerry. So she's using different graphics to explain herself, and
but hers are a lot easier to understand because there's no circles and arrows zipping around and crossing. And
you know what? I think my wife should just come on the show next time.
We'd spend the entire time picking on you.
Well, probably, and you got to see Logan tonight, so that's a special treat.
Yeah, that was awesome because Logan is way more entertaining than you are.
Bouncing around and yelling.
I was making faces at him, and he was screaming and yelling into the microphone, and
well, yeah,
that was awesome. That was all during the pre-show, and I said, are you sure that he belongs to you? And I mean, if you put them side by side, one looks like a mini version of the other.
Yeah, pretty much. I think he's going to grow out of that, but my baby pictures, I can see my sister in him. I see my brothers.
So Kev.
What?
Kev. What? Speak. And the devil appears.
Which devil?
So Camilla is now responding to our show on Twitter.
Oh, sweet.
She says, I'm a Twitter rookie.
That's okay.
Haven't got the hang of it yet. I have a bunch of graphics for that thread. Skip says she stole them from tons of people.
And she probably did.
So this is the cranky old broad's friend.
Yep. And I don't care. Honestly, if you see something on my page, you can take it.
Oh, no. Everything is free to steal.
Everything from me. Some people get mad about
it. I actually invite you here. I will show you a graphic that I have invited everyone to steal.
Oh, please.
That I tweeted the other day. On World No Tobacco Day and World Vape Day.
Just a warning. This is not
currently I'm begging everyone to steal this graphic and retweet this. I want everyone to steal this. Now I do want to say
this is not photoshopped.
No, this was not photoshopped. This is an actual quote. She said that vaping is a scary trend. And I said, scarier than 1,300 people dying every fucking day in America. But I want to verbally chastise some of the respondents to the post. We do not condone any sort of insulting language based on what people look like.
Yeah.
And there were some fairly rude comments about her scary looks. Now, she might be scary looking, but keep that inside.
May, could, or might.
Because you get these little things here that show, that people use offensive language or something.
Yeah.
Which has nothing to do with the scary picture.
Go back up. Go back up right there. Go back there.
I'm going where? There? There?
No. One more. No, two more. Keep going. Zach is somebody you should follow too. Keep going. That one.
Which one? The dirty hooker ones or the
DR stands for?
Okay, the nice one.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that is. On some tweets, he's further out there than I would be, and on some tweets,
his typing is atrocious. Not that I would, particularly.
He's absolutely spot on some. So this person, if you are listening, I don't know who you are, and I don't really care, but
I think he's Canadian because this is from New Brunswick.
It's rights for vapors. rights for vapors. There are certain
Australia. I don't know.
There are certain.
Oh no, the Kingdom of Trump is here. So yeah, I mean that.
Yeah, there's some that he's right on, and there's some he's way out on, and he's responded to me with another handle, and there are some things that give you away as to who you were before. So, just so you know,
yeah,
I'm a little more astute at paying attention to some of the verbal, or in this case, typewritten, modal verb / whatever you use. See, Camilla, if you're still listening, I'm adoring you from Ohio, because there are things. Nope. That's not.
I did not Photoshop that. That is her actual photograph.
That's her photograph, you
can do an image search, and that will show up from her official site. I promise you, I did not touch that picture.
And that number is not photoshopped.
No,
it is a tragic number. That's the number that Tobacco Control says it happens. And that's why we're here. That's what we're doing, what we do for. So don't worry about being a rookie. Sometimes I'm still a rookie. I couldn't figure out where my analytics were last week if you weren't here. So, and we do invite you on.
It's right there.
Yeah, it's right there. It's not on mine. Mine's down. I don't know what the hell to tell you.
Well, because you're using a shitty browser, man.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's got to be Firefox.
Because you were complaining about complaining about all of the alerts from Google's, from the Chromes.
I turned them off.
Actually telling you.
I figured out how to turn them off without asking my kids. See.
Well, the pot smoker probably would have been able to tell you.
All by myself. I couldn't believe it. Oh, I figured it out. I did it at the end of the show.
Even Logan probably would have been able to tell you.
I'm looking forward to him understanding the questions that I'm going to ask. That's just simple nature. That's coming.
He may not be able to. He may not be able to say a lot of words, but he'll be able to click on it and turn your analytics off.
He's working. He said Bert tonight. This kind of shocked me because I didn't know he knew the word Bert yet.
Bert, like the name Bert.
Bert and Ernie, yeah.
Yeah. You know, all these people that are complaining about pride, and they were raised watching Sesame Street, where two single men lived in and slept in the same bedroom their entire life.
Still do.
And still do. You know,
Bert and Ernie.
I can't.
The way it goes.
You know.
There's a lot of subtleties on that.
We're always telling everybody that we don't want them telling us what to do and leave us alone. Yes, chat is working. Why do you care what other people do if you're complaining that other people care about what you do?
Don't care. How does it affect me is the first question you should ask yourself. How does this affect me? And then, of course, from there, your wife and kids or your husband.
I'm baffled by, I totally, the same people that are complaining that they want everybody to leave them alone.
Yeah.
Are bitching and interjecting their opinion into other people's lives. So yeah, whatever.
Yeah, but I don't
like you. I'll do me. That's my philosophy. And if that's what you enjoy and that's what you're into, then have fun. Enjoy life. Be happy.
Live and let live.
Yeah.
Pert near.
I just can't get my mind around what people care about and the things that make them they're passionate about and how they conflict with other things that they are passionate about.
You do you, and I'll do me, and then we can have conversations without hurting each other or killing each other or insulting each other or breaking each other's hearts or whatever the fuck it is. Stop. That's not, well, at least here in the United States, as far as I'm concerned, if you don't like it, kick rocks, move on.
Yeah, there's a lot of room, man. This
Out
is a
the
big
door.
country. You can move.
Go on about your day.
Just go. My house is pretty big. I could just move to a different room if something's going on here that I don't like. I can just go over there.
See, I really don't care about your shirt, but I'm fucking with you about it because I've never seen you wear plaid. I don't care about what
this.
I know, and I've never really seen you wear plaid that I can remember. I know the hat is, but it's really a loose form of plaid. Now, on the other hand, I love Fig's hair. You may not. Does that make me worse in your mind? Probably not.
I don't dislike Fig's hair.
I don't think you care. Do you really care?
Don't. I don't care about your hair either. So
and that's kind of why I sort of.
I don't care about my wife's hair. My wife's like, "Oh, do you like my hair?" And I'm like, "It looks pretty."
I don't give a fuck.
Do you mind if I cut my hair off? No, it's your hair. Do whatever you want, babe. I don't care. I didn't marry your hair.
He asked me the other day, "What are you going to think if I cut all my hair off?" I'm going to think you don't have any hair. What do you want me to think? I don't give a shit.
It's your fucking hair. I don't give a shit what you do with it.
Think of it this way. Whatever it is you don't like. This is my example. Suddenly, in the past 20, probably maybe longer, I'm not that old, probably the past 20 or so years, and I'm pretty old and cranky. Tattoos were like sailors and taboo. Those were the out people. They were far out. Now, everybody's got them, almost, it seems. Who cares? Look at it as a form of art if you've got a snobby attitude, and look at it as art if you don't. Who cares? It's their body. Art. Leave them alone. It is art.
My tattoos are personal and mean something to me.
Right.
I don't have cartoon characters and stuff, and I don't have kanji or Japanese or language for text from a different language than what I speak, because I can guarantee you I know people that have like Japanese characters and they're like, this means strength, and I'm like, my Japanese friend says that means you're gay.
So
why get a tattoo in a language that you don't know what they're actually putting on you, for one thing?
I will have a what did I just say moment, because my son's friend was here a couple days ago and he said, "Do you want to see my new tattoo?" I said, "Sure." So he's got 3 or 4 on his arm. He turned his leg around and it's a caterpillar playing a saxophone. Now that didn't shock me. I said, what is the intent?
What is the relevance or the significance of that?
Right. I wanted to know, because I'm a curious little soul. And he said, well, I played the saxophone since I was like 8 years old. And I'm like, cool.
Are you a caterpillar?
I didn't ask. So, because I didn't care. And it didn't affect me. So the other part, that was the lesson. The other part of this story was my son came in about a half hour later. I said, caterpillar saxophone. That's a new one on me. He goes, yeah, I think I'm going to get the same one. Now that bothered me because I thought, well,
did your kid play sax too?
You've never played the saxophone, Jeremy, but I don't care. I just thought, well, why? Well, I want to have a matching tattoo because it's cool.
With his boyfriend or what?
You're a strange boy. I think you're a strange boy. So yeah, I was judgmental. It's my kid. But I don't care what
if they're a couple,
does.
But having
and I don't care
having a matching tattoo with your bro.
But I didn't care about his bro because he's not my kid. I don't care. I just thought, well, that's cool, but it's odd.
I mean, I'm not judging.
I don't care.
If he wants to have a tattoo that's with his homie,
yeah,
that's okay. But that might be something 10 years down the road when he's not friends with his homie anymore, and he has the same tattoo of that guy that he's not friends with anymore. He's gonna be like, "Why did I get that?"
And Logan's gonna be asking questions about that. That's not my problem.
And but I have tattoos, but all of my tattoos are, since I work in a very professional world.
Yeah.
And I work with a specific demographic that doesn't see tattoos in the way that younger people see them.
The old
my patients are from 65 to 105. Mm-hmm. And in their world, in their frame of mind and their references, the only people that have tattoos are, like you said a while ago, sailors, convicts, and bikers.
And the
undesirable people.
Yeah,
when I go in to treat them, I have to come in with a position of authority. I know what I'm talking about. I'm an educated, learned person, and you need to listen to what I'm telling you. And having a neck tattoo would remove that
Oh yeah.
from occurring. My patients would not give me any respect at all,
just because of their age.
Just because of their, some of these are World War II era vets. Some of these people, the actual those guys wouldn't care, but the Southern Belles, we have this is Texas, South Texas, and the high society people would not believe anything that I say to them. So
I love, Liana, that you have a tattoo. I do not.
I mean, I have a huge back piece. My back is got a big cross on it. You ever see Cape Fear?
Yeah.
I have like a
pretty much that,
piece about that big. It doesn't look like the Cape Fear cross on the back, but I have a big cross on my back. Yeah. I have an arm piece here that's a hurricane, because I had friends that died in Katrina, and I got it to commemorate Katrina.
Yep.
So
I had a friend that died, and the daughter got a 4-leaf clover on the back of her arm because her mom had one.
Yeah.
And that's what it was for. And it said Lisa on it. And that was the meaning of that tattoo. She was 14. And the grandmother emailed me, of all people, and said, "What do you think?" I said, "I think that's a great idea."
When I got the back one done, I sat for like 8 hours to get that done. I mean, it's a big piece. And I came home, and I was, not substantially younger. I was, it's about 15 years ago, 20 years ago. And my mom's is like, "Why are you crinkling?" Because when you get a tattoo, they put cellophane on it. They put Vaseline, and then they cellophane it. And the Vaseline was crinkling on my back. And I was like, "Oh, I got a new tattoo." And she's like, "Another one?" And I was like, "Yeah." And
that sounds.
I said, "Later on, I'm going to ask you to rub Vaseline onto it to keep it from drying out."
It's awfully judgmental, isn't it? Does your mom not know you?
No, my mom is my mom is as opinionated as I am. So
I think she should come on the show. X1, if
she's actually a Luddite, so she doesn't do technology.
I think you should bring her to the house and stick her on the show, and don't even.
She's like 1,400 miles away.
When she comes to the house next,
she won't come here.
Well, stop ignoring her and invite her. Stop being mean.
No, I've invited her. I asked her to move in, and she wouldn't. She wants to be on her own, and she doesn't. It's too damn hot in Texas.
Well, that I would agree with. I've never been there, and I agree.
I was like, "Mom, you don't go outside, and we have central air."
I would snicker when you guys got snow, but I know it's so friggin' dangerous that it's not funny because you fuckers don't know how to drive. Most of you.
Well, it wouldn't be so bad if they had any infrastructure at all when it came to protecting the roads and, treating the roads so that people could drive safely.
They have a plow, but it's collecting dust in the back.
We don't even have one. We don't have any plow trucks. We don't have any salt spreaders or anything.
That's not harm reduction.
No, it's funny. The last time it snowed, I got up and got in the car and drove to work and treated patients. And the very first appointment I had was at 8:30 in the morning. And I knocked on the door at exactly 8:30, and it's like 40 miles from the house. And she opened the door and she goes, "You actually came?" And I was like, "I know how to drive. I have all-wheel drive."
Oh my God. Well, I'm from Massachusetts, so I know how to drive in snow, and we get it enough up here.
You're a taxi driver. That doesn't mean you know how to drive.
Not well. I didn't say I could drive well. I just said I know how to drive. Liana might screen.
You probably drive like Dimitri.
I've never been with Dimitri.
Oh my God, that is the most frightening experience in my life.
Let's see, then there you go.
Maybe the second most frightening experience in my life. He drives fast. He drives aggressive.
No.
He cuts in and out of traffic, and you're like, "Oh my God!" And what is the girl's name from Mountain Oak Vapor? Crumley.
Okay,
it's her last name. We were here in Texas at an event, and we were driving from the hotel to the airport, and we were all going together. And he was just like, and I'm like,
did you get hurt?
No.
You quit whining.
And then he took me, because he has so many miles and he's a frequent flyer. We got to go to the Gold Lounge or whatever and got free food and free drinks and sat in the and vaped in the back room at the airport while we were waiting for our flights.
Sweet.
I'm like, this is how the rich folks live.
Mm-hmm. I got to meet him finally.
You got to meet Dimitri and
Nick and quite a few other people.
Yeah,
actually, a couple of people I didn't know I met. Just they were there.
A couple of people you gave the cold shoulder to, apparently.
No, that was Skip in Milwaukee. The first time in Milwaukee.
You gave her the cold shoulder. I can't believe that.
What amazes me is when I went, I didn't really know too many people, really, and they didn't know I was there either necessarily. So
they're like, "You're that vaping it guy."
Yeah. There were a few, not too many, but that's all right. And yes, Mallory, it's not the snow; it's the ice. So I say, "Oh, they got ice. Oh boy." Hope they're careful.
No. So here, which is funny because here in Texas, we have at least one hurricane a year. We have torrential downpours at the drop of a hat. And people here believe that you're supposed to speed up when there's water standing on the road.
No. Hydroplane.
So you would have thought that after the first experience, but no, it's a constant. It's a constant. They just speed up when there's water on the road, and I'm like,
they don't learn.
Yeah. So this is the most scariest, dangerous. I've driven in LA. I've driven in San Francisco. I've driven in New York City, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Atlanta, Bangladesh, Tokyo, the Philippines, all over the world.
Boston?
Literally all over. I've driven all over the world.
Yeah.
And the stupidest drivers I've ever experienced are right here in South Texas.
Deep in the heart of Texas.
And they have bigger trucks.
Well, yeah.
So they can survive. So they don't,
4-wheel drive and everything.
I've never had. I mean, obviously, when you're in DC and you're doing the Beltway, you understand that you're on the Beltway.
Oh yeah,
When you're in Dallas and you're driving, there's places in Dallas where there are actual layered, like 6 layers deep, where there's overpasses, overpass, and they're just going in every which angle, and you got to know where you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
Or you're fucked, and you have to go all the way around again. But yeah, some seriously crazy crap.
They're insane
in South Texas, and the roads are just straight lines. There's not really any complex, pathways.
Plenty of sun most of the time,
and people are just driving like ultra stupid. In Houston, people drive hyper aggressively, and you can sort of predict that.
You can pace yourself.
They're just stupid. I mean, in New Orleans, people believe, because there are 6 lanes in New Orleans, and people will be in the far left lane, and they believe in their mind, if they turn their blinker on, that they've suddenly got a force field around their car, and they can cross 8 lanes or 6 lanes of traffic to get into the turning lane without even looking in the rearview mirror.
If people tell you you're a bad driver, stop, slow down, pay attention, because it's true. My mom sucked. She was a shitty driver. You need to take me somewhere. I said, well, the car's broke down. She came and picked me up. So I told her to get out of the car.
Well, I mean, my grandpa got a little bit forgetful. You know, his reflexes slowed down. He got to the point where we were like, you know, and I'm the grandchild. You know, there's 5 children and 6 grandchildren. And the doctor, you know, they went to the doctor and they're like, Doc, can you tell Dad that he can't drive anymore? And he's like, no, that's your job. And all of the kids were too cowardly. And I said, look, you don't have to take his driver's license away. You don't have to take his car keys away. Go out there, lift the hood of the truck, and take the fucking distributor cap off the truck.
Yeah.
And he'll go out there and he'll say the car won't start. And you say, Dad, we're going to get the mechanic to work on the car. I'll take you where you need to go.
That's harm reduction.
And he's like, and they're like, well, he goes to the diner every morning to hang out with all the other old dudes and have coffee. I'm like, well, then drive him every fucking morning. You're all retired. Get off your asses and go have a cup of coffee with your dad.
You can't do it. Yeah, he can't do it anymore.
So every morning, one of the kids or one of the grandkids just happened to be by there at the right time every morning when he would go out there and forget that his truck didn't start. He would get in the truck and say, oh, Pap, don't worry. I'll take you to go get coffee. We'll get the mechanic to look at your car later.
And you got to spend time with your grandpa.
Yeah. That's harm reduction. And you get to learn wisdom from the older generation.
That's why I hang around you.
But they were all too chicken. They were all, I was like,
figure it out.
Man.
Figure it out.
I'm the black sheep, though.
My son, one day, he had this hankering for McDonald's, and Mommy and Daddy said no. Dustin's probably
How dare you say no to me?
8 years old. Well, parenting is an action verb. So I said no. Well, I want McDonald's. So I knew Janice had McDonald's that morning, or the bag was in the trash if we hadn't taken it out yet. One of the two. I said, these fish sticks came from McDonald's. No, they didn't. Go look in the trash. There's a McDonald's bag. We already took it out. Here's your fish sticks. And he ate them and he liked them because he thought they were from McDonald's. He practiced harm reduction because I didn't have to kill him.
See, that's not how my parents worked. My parents would be, you're going to sit your scrawny butt down in that chair and you're going to eat what's on your plate.
No.
And if you don't eat it, you can't get up. You're going to you're going to sit there and fall asleep. And
that's what my mom and dad did.
That's what my mom and dad did.
Not me.
And then we learned not to complain about the food.
Oh no, you could complain.
And the rule was, if you put it on your plate, you had to eat it.
Yeah.
So if mom and dad, my dad never picked out our food for us. But if mom put food on your plate and you didn't like it, you could say, well, I didn't put it on my plate.
So you had an out.
But if I put a big, huge helping of spaghetti on my plate and didn't eat it all, that was going to be my breakfast the next morning.
See, so we learned
that there were repercussions for our actions.
I just told him it was from McDonald's and he ate it. It was easier.
That's given into the.
And I love that story. I think that's
to the psychosis.
Well, yeah, sure.
I had a friend that had a kid who was in that would only eat chicken nuggets from McDonald's. And every night, mom and dad would cook dinner. But on the way home from work, they had to stop and get chicken nuggets for this little kid. So they said to me, hey, can you watch her for a couple hours? We got to go do stuff. And I was like, drop her off at the house.
Yeah.
And she came to the house and she's like, I want chicken nuggets. I said, here's a peanut butter sandwich.
It's just like one.
And she ate the peanut butter sandwich. And then after that, she kept saying, I want peanut butter sandwiches.
There you go. They taste just like chicken nuggets.
You got to be brave.
Yeah.
You have to eat whatever is on the plate in front of you. There's no reason why parents should have to cook multiple meals for themselves and different meals for their children.
No.
This is from a guy that's got no kids, by the way. Don't take parenting advice from the guy that ain't got no kids.
I like
I've raised
McDonald's
kids, but none of them were mine. that I know of.
Yeah,
At least none of the ones that I raised were mine.
We didn't get the final report yet.
And they all turned out pretty okay.
That's good. That's what I was just going to say. Hopefully they turned out all right after you.
No, my nephew he's really my aunt is only a few years older than me, and her kid spent a lot of his childhood at my house. He's in the Air Force now. He spent 2 years traveling, studying abroad in France, and he came back and decided that he was going to join the Air Force, and he was going to go to SEER school, which is their special forces. Like, he speaks multiple languages. He's super smart. And then the COVID hit. They sent him to school to learn Arabic, and sent him out to California to sit in front of a computer because the COVID hit and they couldn't actually study in classrooms. And now he's at, what's the Air Force base up there in Ohio, the big one?
Wright-Patterson?
Yep, he's at Wright-Patterson.
I'm 10 minutes from there, yeah.
Yeah, he's at Wright-Patterson, working with the clergy. Actually, he's doing something with that. They've changed their contracts and moved everybody around because of the COVID, and he's doing something for that now. He's not a super religious kid, so I don't know. But anyway, he's marrying. This is the important, exciting thing, is when he was in California, he met a girl that works at a winery.
Maybe she can get you some of them rocks for wine.
No, she's going to get me wine. So she's one of the people at the vineyard or whatever that blends the grapes to get the end result. I'm like, woohoo, wine.
Wright-Patterson, large base.
Yeah.
Not the biggest in the country by any means.
No, but it's the big. My mom was telling me where he was at, and she was like, he's in the big Air Force base in Ohio. And I'm like, oh, right.
Yeah, tell him he must go to the Air Force Museum if you talk to him. And if he's really, really lonely, give him my number.
Well, I don't think he would be lonely. They're getting married.
We'll go out for coffee. I have half brothers. My half brother, which I say are brothers, he comes out.
What do you mean? If he's your brother?
I call him my brothers. He comes out here to visit. While he's here, one of his brothers, half brother, I've never met, is here at the base. He says, let's go see him. I said, okay. So my brother introduced his brothers to each other.
Your half brother's half brother?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of half brothers there. That's very convoluted. That's almost like the sperm donor, the male parental figure in my life. His mom was married 7 times.
Oh, wow.
So all of the siblings had different parents.
7 times.
And yeah, she married a lot of rich guys and divorced a lot of poor guys.
Okay. It's all right.
I'm not making that up. That's wow. But the sperm donor's dad, his name was Kermit.
There you go.
See, everything comes back to Kermit the Frog.
I was going to say that's a big long loop to get to here.
I know, right? Wow. Well, we've diverted greatly from our topic at hand. I think we've covered everything that you sent me and more.
I did.
We talked about race cars and NASCARs, and we interacted with people on Twitter. I'm glad that people are finally tweeting or watching on Twitter and tweeting responses. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That I like Twitter, so that's one of the reasons why I was super excited that we were going to be on Twitter.
Yeah.
People pay attention on Twitter, and I never believed that people would sit and watch a video on Twitter for hours, but people are, which is awesome.
It's cool as hell.
So that's great because, as poisonous as social media is, even Twitter, that's the place I prefer to be.
Yep.
And I don't care if Kevin likes my plaid shirt or not. I like my plaid shirt.
Oh, it'll be okay.
I might just wash this and wear this every Friday now. Actually, all of the plaid patterns on the company that makes these shirts websites, they're inspired by like record covers, like the colors of record covers or book jackets, and this one is actually inspired by the floor colors on the Stanley Kubrick Shining film. They have one that's the classic Batman colors.
Ooh.
So it's like purples and golds and, from the Adam West Batman colors. I might actually purchase that one next. Because everybody knows I'm a huge Batman fan.
I like the idea that I can mess with you about your shirt and it really doesn't affect me.
And it doesn't really bother me either. So.
All right. And Camilla, I hope you take the invite. I hope this show is an example of what we do.
It is when we don't have a guest. I mean, our show is essentially a conversation that goes from topic to topic until we hit all the spots that we want to hit. And sometimes we go 2 hours and sometimes we go 5 hours. We're old dudes that don't really have anything to do on a Friday night because we're both married and we don't have to go on the road and try to, hit up chicks and stuff.
Binges. Yeah. So our example of a show that we do, and she is an example for those of you. I put it in there earlier, and I don't know if my browser will let me to follow her because she gives me hope that there are other people who don't smoke or vape that actually ask real questions and encourage engagement and answers. So I hope you guys follow her, and I hope we don't bore her to death. She's not going to bore me by any means.
No.
And I don't get into every single tweet because I don't want to confuse her and I don't want her being distracted from what's being said. Dr. Gardner's given her a lot of information, and I'm just like, well, he's capable. I don't need to correct him normally.
Every once in a while we got to make sure he doesn't derail. But he is. Sometimes those people with those credentials after their names.
I know. I did tell him
to the chuckleheads.
I did tell him.
And this is not a Photoshop picture.
No,
it's not. This is her.
I told Dr. Gardner earlier this week. He said, he was talking to her. Don't get distracted, Camilla. We're all a bunch of crazy vapors with good hearts. And I, above him, quote tweeted, "It pains me to correct you, Dr. Gardner, but respectfully, we are a bunch of crazy, with few exceptions, and passionate, nicotine-infested, impugning sheepbots. I'm appreciating Camilla's honest engagement and natural curiosity, and that's basically what I just said a minute ago." So, I stuck her in the chat for you guys to follow. Engage politely, be kind, be kinder than necessary because somebody's listening, and that's a rare freaking thing to have.
When we engage with somebody that is not a user of this technology, that is not a smoker, that is just somebody that happened upon a conversation and is willing to be educated, then we need to do so. We need to be respectful. Those are the people that we need to actually get their interest. We actually need more people that don't use this product and that don't smoke to understand why we do what we do and why we vape and why we're so passionate about it. Because those are the people out there that are being misinformed. Like she said in her tweet, they're informing, but they're not putting things in the context. They're not giving us specifics, and they're using scary words. We've talked about fear words to get people to clutch their pearls and go, "Oh no." And that is literally how they're beating us.
And she caught on.
And all it takes is a couple hundred of those people to, get educated and informed and be willing to spread the word.
She's why I'm on Twitter. That's literally. It's beautiful. So if she never comes on, Camilla, if you never come on, I appreciate what you're doing. And if you do, that'd be great too. I really hope you do.
I'm getting old, man. My arthritis my knuckles are swelling up. I'm getting the gout.
Is getting, before you said old, is that a modal phrase? Getting old?
No.
Okay, I'm just checking. You may, could, or might be.
No, I am getting old. I didn't couch that. I didn't leave there any room for
your profession
for changing direction in the middle of that sentence.
In your profession, you should know it's all downhill from where you are. It's not pretty.
Well, you're further down the hill than I am, but yeah.
Am I done?
I think we're done.
She's done. I gotta go.
All the lights are off. She's trying to give you the hints that it's time to go to bed. So say goodbye, Kevin. Tell everybody what you want to tell them.
I love you all. Follow Camilla. Good night.
Short, sweet, to the point. I think everybody, we brought information. We gave you some news stories. We talked about stuff. And, the goal is to spread the word about vaping, to inform and educate, and do it in a respectful way so that people don't just mute you. Be better humans to each other. We're going to see you in, a week. We'll be back next Friday. Maybe we'll have a guest. Maybe we'll have Alex Norcia from Vice or Filter. He's from Filter now. He's not from Vice anymore. Yep. We've got him on the line. We're still working with Clive Bates, trying to get him, he hasn't responded to an email in a while, so I need to re-email him. And maybe we can get Dr. Glover back on. It's been 6 months, and now she has Twitter. We should talk to her about being free on Twitter now, and what she's doing as the harm reduction editor the tobacco harm reduction editor for the Harm Reduction Journal. I'm sure there's research and work that she would like to amplify here on the show. So maybe we'll hit them up. We'll get some smart people on the show to camouflage our idiocy. But like always, go turn the computer off in a minute and go and make sure your kids are safely tucked into bed. Give them a hug or kiss on the head or whatever. You go find your wife and plan a big wet one, or your husband or your significant other, and enjoy the weekend, because that's your time. That's your family time. Have fun, and barbecue or do whatever it is that you do. Stay dry if it's storming in your neck of the woods. Don't go chasing waterfalls, and love you, and we'll see you in 6 days now. Be good.
No, never give up, never surrender.
We're exporting a whole lot of really bad and dangerous rhetoric, bad research, and unfortunately it's being picked up and amplified in other countries.
Never forget the elephant in the room. It's actually such a big elephant that I don't think people can even breathe in that room, because it's such a huge elephant. It's the number one preventable cause of death in Australia. So when you are taking a precautionary approach, when you're like, no, we just don't know enough, I just tell them, shut up, because that just I don't know is killing people right now.
We're worried that, in fact, a lot of members of the public still think that using an e-cigarette is as harmful as smoking a cigarette. I mean, I have said that it would be tragic if smokers didn't quit and carried on smoking because they hadn't tried an e-cigarette, because they were worried about the safety of an e-cigarette.
It's not about really quitting smoking. Their ideological viewpoint against vaping is so strong and so weird. Like, honestly, it's just weird. I don't know why it invokes this incredible sort of anger from these people. I mean, this colleague of mine said to me when I first moved to get the inquiry up, her comment to me was, why don't they just use a patch? And I said to her, do you smoke? And she's like, no. I said, have you ever smoked? And she said, no. And I said, well, shut up then. You don't know how hard it is to quit smoking.
Engorged, penis.